You know.
Oh, thank you. It's only going to be a village. Yeah, exactly. Yo no sabía, me
Just wait, I'll let you know. Right now we're just waiting. Here and there's now one this street. Hey.
Hello everyone, we are starting news now a few minutes early because we want to bring these live images coming in from the Phoenix Democratic headquarters. Celebrities America Ferrera and Amber Tamblyn, actresses campaigning on behalf of Hillary Clinton. They have a busy day in Arizona today. They're kicking things off at the Phoenix Democratic headquarters. Then they'll be visiting a community college in Phoenix as well as an area near ASU in Tempe later today. This event was scheduled to start at 8:30. Looks like things are running a few minutes late, but we will bring you live coverage here on News Now.
Yes, that's right. These guys are
Oh, it's one of the greatest so fun.
Bring some chairs up there. So
Okay, so
you got it? Yeah. Is it back? He goes, what are you doing?
And I got 5 people go to the office. So then 5 people, 2 shifts, and then I'll have
chairs over there.
Do one shift, not two
Joe,
shifts.
can you move them that way a little more?
Is that Maria Elena de Vaso?
Quality help.
I asked him to send us some details. Yeah, from the yeah, yeah.
Right, you know, I know her.
Yeah, yeah. She's staging on a UFCW. Very good. So it takes
I left mine too. I told her that we're not going to
I like that. I like the 1980s. Right?
Having a black and blue suit. Clear with the camera. If I can go grab, you want me to go grab anything?
Yeah, yeah. ¿Ya para dónde la universidad? Oh, ¿verdad? Necesito ayuda en esto también.
that table, stand, yeah. And then you can have this one. Here's the new one. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And while we wait for Amber Tamblyn and America Ferrera to arrive at this event at Phoenix Democratic Headquarters, what I'm going to do is in the upper right hand corner play for you video from yesterday. Bernie Sanders campaigning on behalf of Hillary Clinton here in Arizona.
Thank you all. What a great turnout. Thanks so much for coming out. And let me thank Martin for that very generous introduction. And let me thank all of you for being here. We got some serious business to talk about today. And what we have to talk about is that in 2 days, there will be the most consequential election in the modern history of the United States. And my hope is that all of you will do everything possible in the next 2 days, not only voting, bringing out your friends and your relatives and your co-workers, to make sure that Donald Trump is not elected president and Hillary Clinton is. It is no secret that Arizona is one of the battleground states in this country. It is also no secret that the polling here is very close, and that will likely happen on election night is that Mr. Trump or Secretary Clinton will win by 1 or 2 votes, 1 or 2 percentage points. Our job, your job, is to make sure that on election night, Hillary Clinton is the winner. the way I see it is Hillary will win if the voter turnout is high. She will lose if the voter turnout is low. Let's make sure that Arizona has the highest voter turnout in its history. This election is about many, many issues, and I want to discuss some of them this afternoon. But there is one issue to my mind that is more important than any other, and that is the issue of whether or not we go forward as a nation which brings our people together, or whether we go forward as a nation based on hatred and bigotry and dividing us up. Now, my father came to the United States from Poland at the age of 17. He didn't have any money, in fact, never made any money, but he came to this country and was the proudest American that you ever saw, because he saw the opportunities that this country provided him to raise his 2 kids. In Brooklyn, yes, that's right. So as a first-generation American, I understand a little bit about the immigrant experience. And I also know a little bit about American history. And I know that throughout our country's history, from the very first days, people of goodwill, people of courage stood up and fought back against all kinds of discrimination. We all know the history of what happened and the terrible things done to the Native American people way back, and that continues today. But throughout history, there have been good people working with the first Americans to fight back against that discrimination. In the midst of slavery, not only were there African Americans standing up fighting against that abomination and against racism, there were white Americans standing up and fighting with them to say that the day will come in America where we will not tolerate racism. And throughout our history, extraordinary people with great courage, some of them died, some of them went to jail, but they stood up fighting against the discrimination that Latinos, that Asian Americans, that the Irish, the Italians, the Jews were experiencing. Throughout our history, people stood up and said, we will judge each other, to paraphrase Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., not by the color of our skin, not by the country that we came from, but by our character, who we are as human beings. And throughout our history, and it's important to remember it today, 100 years ago today, women in America, they weren't running for president. They didn't have the right to vote. They couldn't get the jobs they wanted. They couldn't get the education they wanted. But people, women, and their male allies said, we are going to fight that sexism. Women will not be second-class citizens. And we all know the struggles of our gay brothers and sisters who stood up for decades. And along with their straight allies, they said, we're going to stop the discrimination against the gay community. People should have the right to marry no matter what gender. given that reality, given all of the struggles that have gone on for hundreds of years to end racism, to end sexism, to end discrimination against people because they came from this country or they came from that country, I find it incomprehensible that today in the year 2016, after all of those struggles, we have a Republican candidate for president whose cornerstone of his campaign is based on bigotry. Unacceptable. And I want to remind people that before Mr. Trump became the Republican candidate for president, he was a leader of the so-called birther movement. And what the birther movement was a racist effort to undermine the legitimacy of the first African-American president in our history. This is a candidate who referred to our Mexican brothers and sisters as criminals and rapists. This is a candidate for president who wants to deny access to this country to people of one of the largest religions in the world, the Muslim community. This is a candidate who continuously insults women and is proud of his assaults on women. This is a candidate who makes fun of people with disabilities. Brothers and sisters, this is the United States of America. This is the year 2016. The job of the next president of the United States is to bring us together, not divide us up. And I'll tell you something else. We should be extraordinarily proud of our diversity. If we went around this room and we asked people where their parents or grandparents or great-grandparents came from, I would guess that there would be heritages from 100 or more different countries around the world. And that is one of our strengths as a people. Diversity makes us strong. We should be proud of that. So I say, not only must we defeat Mr. Trump, but basta Arpaio as well. We need criminal justice reform all over this country, and it may as well start with Mr. Arpaio. Very often, the national media kind of defines a presidential campaign as a personality contest. Do you like this candidate? You like that candidate? The truth of the matter is, despite what the national media may think, this is not a contest for class president of our local high school. This is not a personality contest. And here is the truth, which you don't hear very much. This election is not about Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. It is not about Bill Clinton or Mrs. Trump or their children. This campaign is about you and the working families of this country. And what that means, and I say this to those people who are thinking of voting for Mr. Trump, what I ask you is get beyond personality. Look, you know and I know, a lot of people in this country don't like Mr. Trump, they don't like Secretary Clinton. Fine, let's get beyond that and let's ask ourselves which candidate better represents the working families of this country. The answer is obvious: Hillary Clinton. Now let me start off when we talk about issues, let me start off with an issue that concerns me very, very deeply. And not many people talk about it, but I will. And that is, I fear very much that our country is moving quite rapidly to an oligarchic form of society. Do you all know what I mean by oligarchy? Oligarchy is when you have a handful of billionaires, small, tiny number of people controlling the economy and controlling the political life of this country. When we were kids, we used to read in textbooks about countries in Latin America or Africa or other countries around the world where you had 2 or 3 families controlling what went on in those countries. Brothers and sisters, take a look at what's happening in America today. As a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, you have a handful of billionaires pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into this campaign, into Senate races, House races, the presidential race. And today we tell those billionaires, we will fight to retain democracy. We are not moving to oligarchy. Billionaires will not buy elections. So I say to Republicans, I say to independents, I say to Democrats, that there is one candidate running for president who wants to overturn citizens.
All right, guys, let's go to this event now.
To send her to the White House with a mandate and with a clear statement that we're behind her. And in this state, you have the opportunity to not only send her to the presidency, but to support her in the presidency. You have Kirkpatrick up for the Senate. Penzone running one of the people who have laid the groundwork for Donald Trump to emerge in this campaign. Arizona knows the consequences of such hateful rhetoric and such hateful policy. That's why your state Republican newspaper has endorsed Hillary Clinton. Yeah. They know that words are not just words. Words are things. We haven't just been offended by words in this election. We have been made less safe. Hate crimes are on the rise. Words lead to that. So we need to not only show up for ourselves, but for our children who have been made less safe in their schools, who can't go to school and focus on math or English or reading, but who have to go to school and focus on what their peers are saying about them. Or most recently, one of my dear friends' children's school was scrawled with rhetoric on the side of their brick building. and her little 7-year-old girl broke down in tears. You know, this is history that we're living in, and it's calling for us to stand up and decide what we believe in. And on November 8th, we're either going to endorse the hate, we're either going to say this is okay to us and for us, or we are going to wholesale reject it. And it's our job. It's our job in these last hours to do every single thing we can do, to knock on every door we can knock on, make every phone call we can make, look every last person in the eye and ask them, are you voting? If not, why? Asking the question and figuring out what is the thing that's keeping someone from the polls. Is it a ride to the polls? Oh, well, interestingly enough, Lyft is in a partnership with Vote Latino to give free rides to the polls. So that's something that's here in the state of Arizona. And so if anyone you come across isn't going to the voting booth because they don't have a ride, well, here's a solution. If it's because of voter intimidation, we need to combat the misinformation and the intimidation with facts and with information. Because as we know, there is a real active effort to suppress our votes. And if anybody you come across thinks my vote doesn't matter, ask them to ask themselves, if their vote doesn't matter, why are people working so hard to keep them from the polls?
Exactly. Right.
So your presence, your eye contact, your words, the conversations you have in the next day will make a difference in getting more people to engage in this election, reminding them what's at stake. Look, this isn't just about the top of the ticket. The next president could appoint up to 3 Supreme Court justices. We're talking about the next 50 years. We're talking about a woman's right to choose. We're talking about the right to marry who you want to marry. We're talking about addressing climate change. We're talking about dealing with immigration. All of these things are at stake. And so there may be some people who are fatigued and disillusioned and maybe aren't thrilled about their options. But this is what's on the menu, folks. And there aren't really shades of difference here. It's really, we're going up or we're going down. We're going forward or we're going back. And so thank you for the time and the energy. It makes me so excited to see so many young people who look like maybe they're not old enough to vote. But they're already getting engaged in this process. And that's really what this is about. Yes, right now, this moment in history is calling for us to show up in this election. But really, what we need to begin to do is create a culture of engagement. We can't show up on November 8th and go back to sleep. We have to stay awake. We have to stay engaged. We have to hold our representatives accountable. That is what representative government is about. We need to show up for ourselves so that we can wake up on November 9th and every day after that in a country that we're proud of. So thank you all for being here. I hope that you will give everything you've got in the next, how many hours is it left? I know I will be. I know there are so many like you. I was in Vegas yesterday, in Denver the day before, and there were rooms like this filled with people like you who care. And it is making the difference. And I can't imagine anything more exciting on November 9th than knowing that we turned Arizona blue. So thank you. So thank you for your work, and also let's prove ex-Governor Brewer wrong and get those Latinos out to vote.
And well, no, an introduction we all did.
Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Yeah. All right, guys. So everyone, thank America for being here. I see Representative Mark Cardenas, Representative-elect Ray Martinez, Laura Pastor. Anybody? Okay. First of all, we are probably in the cusp of really turning this state blue, but we're not going to be able to do it just by thinking about it. We need you guys to fill up the next couple hours hitting those doors. This is how we win in Arizona. Our electorate is still out there. The young people that want to make sure that we have a bright future here in Arizona, in this country, still have not returned their ballots. The Latinos want to make sure that their families aren't being deported and that we're actually going to invest in their future, still have not returned their ballots. So we are about to make sure that happens. Well, the only way that happens is if we get on the phones or if you go to those doors and tell them to turn in their ballot or show up to vote tomorrow. So before you leave, please sign up for a shift. Get out the vote. Talk to your friends and make sure that they are ready to go. And if anybody that's watching TV wants to volunteer, they can volunteer at the local Arizona Democratic Party or call number. Got you guys on the spot, did I?
It's over there.
All right. 602-726-9559. And if anybody needs to know where the polling place is, it's very simple. IWillVote.com. Everyone, say that with me. IWillVote.com. Okay, that's all we're going to use the next couple of days, all right? Let's get out there. Let's get this victory certificate.
If you're knocking doors, we're going to head out back all the way to the other side. We'll get lost in the front, and if you're making phone calls, hang out here.
She said she doesn't have time for it, but she said you can just go up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it.
All right, guys, we are going to take you to another live feed. It looks like Air Force One just landed. Let's take you live there now. And it looks like back at the Hillary Clinton event at Phoenix Democratic headquarters, many people in attendance hoping to take a photo with actress America Ferrera. Let's watch that.
Yeah, I got it. I apologize. No, don't worry about it. Not your fault. Everybody wants to get on it there. Sorry. You're fine. For a picture? No, I'm with my friend.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. What's your name? Ray Martinez. Ray? Come on in. This is Ray Martinez. Sorry, I can't take a photo. Thank you.
You can see many people lining up to get a photo with America Ferrera. America Ferrera here in Arizona, campaigning on behalf of Hillary Clinton, doing many get out at the vote events. Tomorrow is Election Day. The actress, very politically involved. She spoke at the DNC. Known for many movies and TV shows, including Ugly Betty. Currently, America Ferrera stars on the sitcom Superstore.
No. Let me call you back.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, cool.
Wanted to give you another view. We still have the America Ferrera event in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Meanwhile, in the large portion of your screen, Air Force One arriving. President Obama keeping busy today, campaigning on behalf of Hillary Clinton.
Use your phone. Thank you.
Yeah. Here, right, start on me though. I'm going to say we've seen many a presidential surrogate.
You're doing a turn on this.
This is Cleo.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Liz Kotelik here live at Democratic Party headquarters, and we have seen many a presidential surrogate, and today is no different. Actress America Ferrera stumping for Hillary Clinton. Her message to voters coming up in a live report.
You want some eggs in a cup?
No, thanks. Okay.
Can we start on you? Same thing? Or?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, it looks like Liz is doing another hit for the morning show. Let's listen in.
Hey, Hey, good morning, everyone. So we're here with one of those actresses right now. Her name, you know her, America Ferrera. She just finished speaking with a room filled with Democratic supporters and volunteers. She's now taking pictures, shaking hands before heading to a few rallies in the Valley with her Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants co-star, Amber, wait for it. Okay, Tamlin, that's it. I keep always forgetting that. Amber Tamlin. So both of them are going to be talking to other audiences around the Valley. And what she said this morning, just a few minutes ago, is that all eyes are on Arizona. She thanked volunteers for helping make the state a battleground. She urged everyone to get out there and vote, saying there is no excuse not to. So she and Amber are going to be going to a few different rallies, one at ASU, the other at Phoenix College. But all of this is happening as really we're dealing with an interesting situation here in Arizona because we've been going back and forth in these polls. We've all been watching this over the past few months. But the latest polls have been showing that Democrats have a lot of hard work to do in this state. So the final poll.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this. We just got the live feed in from Donald Trump. Speaking now.
Nobody ever even heard of things like this. When you look at our military is allowed to deplete. Our military is very depleted. We can't do that. This is among the times where we most need a tremendous and powerful and smart military. We need smart people. And Obamacare is a disaster. Everything's wrong. Our country doesn't win anymore. We're going to start winning again, okay? Real change begins with immediately repealing and replacing Obamacare. It's just been announced that the residents of Florida, folks, I don't want to make you depressed. Half of you are going to walk out of the room, but don't do that. Are going to experience mass, okay? And they're far greater than what you've been told. It's because they didn't want to do it before the election. I worked very hard to force those numbers out. It's going to have a great impact on, my poll numbers are going through the roof. You know why? I really believe a big part of it is Obamacare, because we're going to repeal it and replace it. In the great state of Arizona, premiums are going up more than 116%. Over 90% of the counties in Florida are losing Obamacare, and they're losing the insurers that put Obamacare there. But you know what? We're going to make it 100% of the counties because we're going to terminate Obamacare, and it's not going to make a difference. We'll be terminating Obamacare, and we'll be replacing it with so many different options. But you'll have great health care at a fraction of the cost, and it'll be great. With Obamacare, premiums are surging. Doctors are fleeing. Doctors are quitting. And deductibles are going through the roof. Yet crooked Hillary Clinton wants to double.
All right, guys, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Stay with us.
Nobody in this room can believe what's going on in Washington. Nobody in this room can believe what's going on with the FBI and what's going on with the Department of Justice. Nobody. Nobody can. Nobody can believe it. I'm asking for your vote so we can repeal and replace Obamacare and save health care every in Florida and in our great country. Restoring honesty to our government. Hillary Clinton is the most corrupt person ever to the office of the presidency of the United States. She threatened national security. She sold her office to the highest bidder. And then to cover her tracks, at least 30 emails after receiving Hillary Clinton to delay the ballot box tomorrow. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. My contract with the American voter is with a plan to end government corruption and to take back our country. Who I know so well. I want the entire
Again, guys, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We are working to get this situation under control. Stay with us. We'll bring you nonstop Election Day coverage today, tomorrow, and obviously Wednesday after it's all over.
You know, the other day, Hillary Clinton called entertainers because she can't get anybody. Nobody wants to go. I mean, look, I don't know. I see she's doing fine. I'm doing fine in the polls and all that stuff. I don't know how. Nobody goes to her rallies. Jay-Z and Beyonce, and the language they used was so bad. The language is so bad. And as they were singing, right? Singing? Talking? Was it talking or singing? I don't know. But the language, by both, but the language was so bad, left, right? The time Hillary got up, there was nobody there. But media, those people back there, the most dishonest people. The crooked media does nothing. They don't explain it. They don't explain it. And isn't it amazing that when Jay-Z and Beyonce use the filthy language that they use in the songs, words that if I ever said, it would be the reinstitution of the electric chair, right? Right? It's true. It's true. And they use these words, and then she comes on and hugs them like everything's right. And yet with me, he's very lewd. Lewd. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in my life. She is such a phony. She is such a phony. Now, see, I don't think that Billy Graham ever spoke like this. Do we agree? This Billy Graham crusade. But you know what? We're all looking for the same thing. We're looking for greatness for our country. We're looking for religious liberty. Looking for liberty. But we are somewhat different personalities. Look at this mask. Mask. Oh, wow. Wow, that's beautiful. Look at that. Looks Thank you. Thank you. Is there any more fun to be than a Trump rally? Right? At the core of my contract is my plan back job. Has lost 1 in 4 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA, a deal signed by Bill Clinton and supported by his lovely wife, Hillary. We are the greatest jobs theft in the history of our world. Look, no country has ever lost jobs like us. They're sucked out of our country. The companies leave. They fire everybody. They go to Mexico and many other countries. Never happened before like this. And we're going to stop it day one. It's so easy to stop. It's so easy. A Trump leaving America. If a company wants to fire their workers, leave Florida, move to another country, like Mexico, as an example. And what will be an unbelievably long border, I will tell you.
Again, guys, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We are working to try to get a clean feed.
What's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. Out of there. Mexico and other countries. And going to win these states by tremendous amounts because people are tired of being ripped off. That's what's happening. They're being led by politics.
Again, guys, we're having some serious technical difficulties, so we are going to cut out of this until we're able to fix the situation. I want to go ahead and show you guys this Bernie Sanders event from yesterday in Arizona. Stand by. And it looks like we have the feedback.
Hillary Clinton said it's the gold standard, and she's right. Remember, she lied in the debate? She said she never said it. I said, you did say it. She said, well, it turned out she lied. She did say it. It was the gold standard. I say she was right, though. It's the gold standard for countries, not for us. So she was actually right. She should have said that. She would have stopped a lie. She doesn't know what she's doing. As part of our plan to bring back jobs, we are going to lower taxes on American business from 35% to 15%. And we are going to massively cut taxes for the middle class, who I call the forgotten people. These are the forgotten men and women. They built our country. They built our country. Hillary Clinton wants to raise taxes. Wants to raise taxes. Oh, I love those signs. Blacks for Trump. Hold that sign up. I'm telling you, blacks for Trump. You know, there's these states like Florida, African Americans aren't turning out, and when they do, there are a lot of them voting for Trump. This is very disturbing to the other side. They're not turning out because they don't care about her. She's got not a lot of inspiration. She used a term called super predator to define black youth, right? Super predator. And they're not turning out. And then they're worried because when they do turn out, I'm getting so many more than was anticipated. I think the same is going to be true with Hispanic. You know, the Cubans a divided nation. We will also cancel billions and billions of dollars in global warming payments to the United Nations.
All right, guys, looks like we have a clean feed from our sister station in Tampa. Let's go ahead and watch this.
And we're going to use all of that money to invest in the infrastructure, and we could even say the environmental infrastructure of our country. And remember this, when it comes to environment, because I've received many environmental awards. You know, people don't want to talk about that, that's okay. But we need absolutely crystal clear and clean water. We need beautiful, immaculate air. And we need safety. We give billions and billions of dollars away. You can imagine who's taking that money. You can imagine. We don't even know what happens to it. And he goes, Hillary's taking it. Probably, hey, you're pretty smart, Probably she gets her piece. And we will create jobs and opportunities for African Americans and Hispanic Americans that have been failed so badly. They've been lied to, they've been cheated to by the Democratic Party. They want their vote. Give us your vote. Thanks a lot. See you in 4 years. That's what happens. We're going to do a job. For instance, I met recently with the leaders in the Puerto Rican community. It's a great community. I know it well. And they're being crushed by high taxes, regulations, and failed education policies of Hillary Clinton and Obama. You know where Obama is now? Not working on jobs, not working on Mosul, where they gave him 4 months advance notice. Our military, we are going into Mosul 4 months, right? In 4 months, we are expecting to enter Mosul. I'm turning, I say, please turn off the television, I can't hear. The element of surprise, folks. So then I hear 3 months. Yes, in 3 months we'll be attacking Mosul. Now it's 2 months, then it's a month, then it's 2 weeks. We're preparing now to go into Mosul. We want to get their leaders because, you know, ISIS, supposedly the leaders are... Don't they realize that the first time before they finished the first sentence 4 months ago, those leaders have already found new places? Don't they understand it? Oh, General Douglas MacArthur, where are you, sir? Where is our General George Patton? Where are they? Where is General Patton? Where is General George Patton? You know where they are? They're watching, and they're spinning in their grave. They don't believe it. Wouldn't it be nice if we just shut up, did the job, had a news conference a week later, and said, we had great success. Wouldn't that be nice? No, that's Obama. That's Obama. And you know what, Hillary, that would be 4 more years of Obama, and we don't want it. And tell this president to stop campaigning and go back to work. I'm going to deliver jobs, safety, great education, help small businesses to thrive and grow, and create amazing opportunities for the children of this country. Here in Florida, we have such an amazing, incredible Hispanic American community from Cuba, from Puerto Rico, from Venezuela, from Haiti. I was in Little Haiti the other day. Great people. They are such warm, great people. By the way, warm, great people. I spent a lot of time with them. They hate the Clintons. They hate what the Clintons did to them in Haiti. They hate them. The Dominican Republic, and from many other places. To all of our wonderful Hispanic communities in this state, I want you to know that you will have a true friend and champion in Donald Trump. That I can tell you. Whether you vote for me or not, I'm with you. I will never, ever let you down. We will become a rich nation once again. But to be a rich nation, we must also be a safe nation. Hillary Clinton wants a 550% increase in the inflow of Syrian refugees into our country. 550%. Her plan will import generations of terrorism, extremism, and radicalism into your schools and throughout your communities. When I'm elected president, we will suspend the Syrian refugee program. And we will keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. And you know what, folks? All of us, I'm speaking for all of us, we all have heart. And I have to say this in front of Sissy anyway. But we all have heart. And we're going to build safe zones in Syria. We're going to get the Gulf states to have tremendous amounts of money. I know them well. And they're going to help. They're going to put up all the money. We're not going to put up money. We're going to lead it, or we'll do a great job. But we're going to get the Gulf states to put up the money. We owe $20 trillion, and we have to rebuild our own country. It's time. It's time. But we're going to build safe zones in Syria. And we have to do that because what's happening is just a horrible thing, what's happening. But we have enough problems in our country. A Trump administration will also secure and defend the borders of the United States. And yes, we will build a great wall. And yes, Mexico will pay for the wall. They're going to pay for the wall. We have to keep the massive amounts of drugs that are pouring into our country and poisoning our youth. We have to keep it out. Never before has there been a drug epidemic like we have in our country. And much of it is coming through the southern border. And it's pouring in. It's pouring in. And it truly is poisoning our youth and plenty of other people. We are going to keep it out. And we are going to work very hard with medical professionals to take care of those people that are so badly addicted. Right? Hillary supports totally open borders. There goes your country. There goes your country, folks. And strongly supports sanctuary cities like San Francisco, where Kate Steinle was murdered by an illegal immigrant who was deported probably more than 5 times. We will cancel all federal funding to sanctuary cities. We will stop illegal immigration, deport all criminal aliens, and dismantle every last criminal gang and cartel threatening our cities. They're threatening our cities. They're threatening our citizens. They're not going to be here very long, folks. They're going to be out of here. We will also repeal the Obama-Clinton defense sequester and rebuild our badly depleted military. We have no choice. This defense buildup will be supported by brand new ships in Mayport and by engineers and new advanced manufacturing of the Space Coast, okay? Space Coast. You know, the Space Coast has been lost. New aircraft will fly from MacDill Air Force Base and Naval Air Station Pensacola. We're also going to support our friends in Cuba in their fight against oppression, the oppression of the Castro regime. Tremendous repression. We will demand political and religious freedom for the people of Cuba and stand with our friends in Venezuela in their struggle likewise for freedom. We will stand. And we're always going to help the people of Haiti, who have such a tremendous, difficult path, but we will help them and help them rebuild. People of Haiti, incredible people. I really enjoyed that time with them. Very importantly, we will also stand strong, we have to stand strong, with the state of Israel in their fight against Islamic terrorism. Barack Obama was the worst thing that ever happened to Israel. The worst thing. The worst thing that ever happened to Israel. Barack Obama was a disaster for Israel. And believe me, the Iran deal, where we made them rich, we also gave them a direct path right to nuclear weapons. But we'll be working with Israel very closely, very, very closely. I'm honored to have the endorsement of more than 200 top admirals and generals, and 22, and that number is rising very quickly, and 22 Medal of Honor recipients. Incredible people. We were with them the other night, right next to Fort Bragg, and I'll tell you, we had 22, maybe 25,000 people in a field. It was the most incredible thing you've ever seen. Incredible. These are incredible people. These are truly great patriots, and they are truly brave. Hillary unleashed destruction in Iraq, Syria, Libya. She empowered Iran, and she unleashed ISIS onto the world. There was no ISIS when she was Secretary of State. Then they allowed the way they, look, we should have never been in Iraq, but we were. We should have never gotten out of Iraq the way Obama and Clinton got us out. Never, never. A vacuum was formed, and thank you very much. We now have ISIS in 32 countries all over the world, unleashed by Obama and Hillary Clinton. But we're going to knock them out. We have no choice. We're going to knock them out, folks. We're going to knock them out. That's one we have. Chopping off heads, drowning people in steel cages. Not since medieval times have we seen anything like this. Not since medieval times have we seen anything like this. And then I'm in one of the debates. Did I win the debates, by the way? Did I win? They did 9 online polls after the debates. And all 9 said I won. And she was in debate prep all the time. I was guilty. I was saying, like, they kept saying, are you in debate prep? I said, I've been doing this stuff all my life. I'm supposed to be studying like... She was in debate prep, but it wasn't really. Look, for a week and a half before each debate, she would close the door, go to sleep, and say it was debate prep, right? Right? And then when she left those debates, she was exhausted. I'll tell you, when she left the second and third debate, she was exhausted. It's not what we need in our country, folks. We need a lot of energy in our country, a lot of bum. Need a lot of things. We don't need Hillary. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Who's already voted? That's pretty good. Wow. Oh, wait, you've almost all voted. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Well, that's what the Democrats do to the inner cities, They say, oh, they voted. Let's get out of here. I'll see you in 4 years. Wow, that's pretty good. All right, for the few people that haven't, that's a very impressive. That's an impressive. I love you, too. Thank you. I love you, too. I love you, too. Get out and vote for the few that haven't. Hillary and our failed Washington establishment have dragged us into foreign wars that have made us less safe and that we never win. We never win. Shipped our... I don't think you like Hillary very much, right? Oh, boy, Hillary. What a disaster this is. She gets in, it's a disaster. She's not going to get in, folks. I don't see it, I'll tell you. I don't see it. Not going to get it. They've shipped our jobs and our wealth, Hillary, all over the world and left our borders wide open at home. That will all change starting actually tomorrow. Because while we don't take office until mid-January, the whole psyche will change as of tomorrow, right? This guy knows. Firemen, right? Great firemen, great people. Great people. It's not easy being a fireman today, right? No? Thank you. See a great fireman over here. I was with the fire groups the other day. They have a new problem. Nobody ever heard of this problem. You know about. Oh, can I? Oh, wow. Get that for me. Wow. Thank you. Great. That's great. Thank you. Tell you what, I was all set to put it on, then I see it's about 20 years old and this sucker has been used. No way I'm putting that on. No, but the firemen have a big problem now. They have a shooting problem where they're being shot at as they go to fires. This is a new phenomenon. People don't even know about it. They're being shot at as they go to fires. They're being shot at as they put out fires. Is that so? We got to change, folks. We have to bring people together. We have such a divided country. Thank you, man. Thank you. From now on, it's going to be America first. To all Americans, I say it is time for change. It is time for new, strong, and smart leadership. Just in summing up, thank you, everybody. I think I'm going to be doing 6 of these today. Can you believe this? 6. Going to North Carolina. We're going to all over. We're going to New Hampshire right after. Going to be great. I love doing it because there's such spirit. The people of this country are so incredible. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful baby. Beautiful baby. Good job. Good job, Daddy. Wow. Oh, that's an elephant costume, huh? That's so cute. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. Just think about what we can accomplish in the first 100 days of a Trump administration. We are going to have the biggest tax cut since Ronald Reagan. Hillary Clinton is raising your taxes. We will save and protect Social Security and Medicare. Hillary is going to cut your Social Security and cut your Medicare benefits. We will eliminate every unnecessary job-killing regulation. They're killing our businesses. Cancel every illegal Obama executive order, of which there are many. In honor of the great Billy Graham, we will protect religious liberty. Rebuild our military and take great care, finally, of our veterans. Our veterans are not being treated properly. provide school choice, and put an end to Common Core, bring our education local. Support the great men and women of law enforcement. Save our Second Amendment, which is under siege. And appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. This is so hard to believe. You have one day until the election. You know what that means? That means tomorrow. You have one day to make every dream you ever dreamed for your country come true. You have one magnificent chance to beat the corrupt system and deliver justice. You will deliver justice for every forgotten man, forgotten woman, and forgotten child in this nation. Do not let this opportunity slip away. We are fighting for every citizen who believes that government should serve the people, not the donors and not the special interests. And we are fighting to bring us all together as Americans. Just imagine what our country could accomplish if we started working together as one people under one God, saluting one American flag. Thank you. I'm asking you to dream big, because with your vote, we are just one day away from the change you've been waiting for your entire life. I think and hope it will be the most important vote you will ever cast, because we don't win anymore as a country. We don't win on the borders. We don't win with trade. What China is doing to us is beyond belief. We don't win anymore. We don't win with our military. We have the greatest people in the world, but we don't beat ISIS. We don't win anymore. We will start winning again, and winning like you've never seen before. I tell you. We're going to win again. In fact, the people of Florida may get tired of it. You may say, oh, this guy, he wins too much. We can't take it. He wins too much. You'll send your emissary. Please, Mr. President, the people of Florida just don't want to win this much. You're winning on trade. You're bringing back jobs. You're winning at the border. The military is unbelievable. It's too much. And I'll say, sorry, folks, we're going to keep on winning, right? Together, we will make America wealthy and prosperous again. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. God bless you. Go out and vote. Thank you.
All right, guys, we are going to cut out of this Donald Trump event and take you live now to a Tim Kaine event. It's a busy day for the campaigns. Tomorrow is
against
election day.
Immigrants or Muslims or LGBT folks. He doesn't even mind going after John McCain for being a POW, or the Kahn family from Virginia, who are a Gold Star family. We are making a choice in this race between embracing a stronger together, e pluribus unum, one nation, indivisible view of this country. All men are created equal. Persons are entitled to equal protection under law. This is our North Star. This is our value. The other side's got a different one. That's why we got to win. That's why we got to win. I am proud to be with Hillary, and I'll just say we've just got, today and tomorrow, and I know all of you are signed up to volunteer. If you can do any more, if you know people who can do more, just text JOIN to 47246, because we need as much help as we can have on Election Day to win as big as we can win. The stakes are so high for our country. We've got a good feeling about tomorrow, but boy, I tell you, we don't take anything for granted. Roy introduced me and gave me a plug. He said, now, Tim's never lost a race. That's true. I'm 8-0, and I'm going to be 9-0 tomorrow, folks. I'm going to be 9-0 tomorrow. But Roy didn't tell you, he didn't tell you the whole story about me. The whole story about me is, yeah, I'm undefeated, but I barely win. Oh, my gosh. I mean, I tell people I am Mr. Barely Likable Enough. But in politics, 51%, right? You tell me another profession where 51% is enough. No, 51%, you're a big winner. You're a big winner. I barely win because it's tough. I run in a tough place. Virginia's bluer now. Wasn't when I started in 1994. Hillary's trying to do something that's tough. Hillary's trying to do something that's never been done. If it had been easy for a woman to be president of this country, there would have been a woman president of this country. It's not easy. Important things usually aren't easy. I'll tell you something else. This surprised me when I learned it a year ago. I knew that, of course, that we hadn't had a woman president, but I didn't realize Congress now 19% woman. Most it's ever been. That ranks us 75th in the world, far below the global average. Give you a comparison. In Iraq, in their national legislative body, 26% women. In Afghanistan, 28% women. Rwanda's number one, 64% women. We have made it uniquely challenging for women to be elected to federal office in this country. And I've been a guy who's been able to have so much support from so many strong women, starting with Ann and then cabinet secretaries and campaign managers and others during my 22 years in politics. I've been the one with the name on the ballot or the yard sign or the bumper sticker getting in because so many strong women, including voters, more women vote than men in presidential elections. Since 1964, that's been true. I have been able to have a great career and win a lot of races and have my name in the paper because of these strong women who have supported me. So when Hillary asked me if I would play this supportive role as a VP, as Ann said, I was like, payback isn't hell. Payback is great, of course. I'm so excited to be able to do this after all the strong women who have supported me. And I'll just tell you one last really cool thing to just hopefully maybe energize you a little bit, because we can't take anything for granted when Hillary's trying to be a path breaker and do something new. And look, there are people out here who have been path breakers. I mean, I can just look around. I bet a lot of you have tried to do something for the first time. Maybe in your neighborhood, maybe in your church, maybe in your workplace or your school, in your family, you've been a path breaker. You know that it's not easy to do. But I'll give you this last bit of motivation. North Carolina and Virginia, together in 2008, put electoral votes behind Barack Obama, and we made an amazing history with his election in 2008. And of all the things that were history-making about the election, I'll tell you the thing that meant the most to me, and I said this to the president, even before he was inaugurated, the very moment that the race was called for President Obama, right at that moment, a whole group of people who had never been able to see themselves as President of the United States suddenly could say, I can be President of the United States. And if I can be President of the United States, I can do anything. That's powerful. That's powerful. Well, I'm going to tell you, tomorrow night when the polls close and we're watching it, when they call it for Hillary Clinton, and I don't assume anything, we got to work awful hard, but when they do, I think it's going to happen. History changes in that instant, because a whole lot of people who've never been able to see themselves as President of the United States, the moment that she is called as the winner, will say, I can be President of the United States, and if I can be President of the United States, I can be anything. We want everybody in this country to believe that they can be president, that they can be anything, that they can dream high and go for it, and that's what this election is about. That's what it's about. Every election's important, from a school board to President of the United States. Every election is important, but not every election will change history. If we do what we know how to do, this election will change history. Everybody's watching you, North Carolina. We know how good you are at this. We know how good you are at this. We're your neighbors. We've been paying attention. And we know the energy and the excitement and the values that you hold dear. And we've got the confidence that as canvassers, as voters, as friends, as persuaders here in the last day and a half, you're going to bring this thing home in North Carolina. I'll tell you something. If Hillary wins in North Carolina, take it to the bank. She's president of the United States. You don't need to worry about any other state. She wins it here. She's president. Thank you, guys, and let's go win.
Okay, everyone, that was Tim Kaine campaigning on behalf of he and his running mate, Hillary Clinton. Busy day for both campaigns, the Clinton campaign and the Trump campaign. Really working in these final hours before Election Day tomorrow to convince voters to support them. Donald Trump hitting 5 states today. He just wrapped up in Florida. We carried that for you live here on News Now. Earlier today, we had video of Clinton boarding her plane. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys that now.
All of the candidates because it would make a real difference in what we could get done. But right now we're just looking at maximizing our turnout operation everywhere and working in coordination, obviously, with other candidates in both the House and the Senate and governorships. But I'm really excited about having a chance to make all these stops today. The event tonight at Independence Hall is really meaningful to me about where it is and everyone who's there.
All right, guys, come on, you need to get on the plane. I have jumped over the years, and it seems to me that over time, you've been often ahead of your time. You've been sometimes misunderstood. You've fought off a lot of prejudice. Do you think that today America understands you and is ready to accept you?
Well, Kim, I think I have some work to do to bring the country together. As I've been saying in these speeches in the last few days, I really do want to be the president for everybody, people who vote for me, people who vote against me, because I think that these splits, these divides that have been not only exposed but exacerbated by the campaign on the other side are ones that we really do have to bring the country together. Can you do that? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I love this country, and I believe in our people, and we have a big agenda ahead of us, but I'm excited. I think we will get a lot done, and I do think we'll bring the country together.
All right, guys. Make it laugh. Make it laugh.
We're just going to work until the last vote is counted.
And how much damage is that?
Excuse me, guys. Guys, can all travelers please go back on the plane?
We're on a good track.
We have a few more photos taken. All travelers please go back on the plane, guys.
So, Ron, this is video from earlier today of Clinton and her team boarding the campaign plane.
Mm-hmm.
Her event in Pennsylvania just about to start, actually.
It's very interesting to me, Samia, that they are looking at spending so much of their day in Pennsylvania today.
Well, it's a really important state.
Correct. But you could also argue the same for Florida and North Carolina and Ohio. And the fact that it's pretty much all day Pennsylvania
Right.
indicates to me that they must have something in their polling, in their internal polling, that says, hey, this is actually, I mean, I'm surprised. Every 4 years, Republicans feel, I know Mitt Romney's people felt like they were going to pick it up 4 years ago, and they didn't. John McCain's people thought they were going to pick it up 8 years ago, and they didn't. And yet, is Pennsylvania going to be the crucial battleground state? I mean, it's an East Coast state, so when the polls close back there, which I believe is at 8 p.m. their time, 6 o'clock our time, that'll give us a really good indication very early on as to whether or not this is going to be a tight race.
Right. Right. So all eyes obviously on the battleground states across the country. I'm looking at our live event schedule, you know, factoring in Mike Pence, Tim Kaine, Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, you know, President Obama. Looks like the states we're looking at: Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan. That's really it. And then New Hampshire. Yeah. President Obama also going to New Hampshire today. Can you believe we're finally here, Ron? The election is a day away.
I hardly can, but I am so glad.
Oh my God, yeah. It has been, we have been talking about this day for a year and a half here on News Now.
Yeah. And you know, I saw a story this weekend on a family, two grown men who for months were not talking to each other. Because one is a prominent Republican, one is a prominent Democrat. And the angst
of this election specifically.
You know, I think that there probably are a lot of families who are like that.
Oh yeah, I saw a Facebook status from a Facebook friend I'm connected to. He's a comedian, and he was kind of calling out all his friends and family who were voting for Trump.
Yeah.
And he's like, I understand, you know, the importance of Republican principles or voting down the party line when it comes to other races.
Yeah.
But really, on his end, emphasizing how much he disagreed with it. But just people calling out their own family members who have opposing views than them on social media. I've noticed it's happened more than once, at least on my Facebook feed.
So let me ask you the following question.
Okay.
Now, are you going to be able to come out on camera so I can reveal the answer here in a moment?
Sure.
Okay. This is the latest and the final Fox News poll of because at this point, sorry, but the national polls, the big national polls or even the day-to-day trending polls, they don't matter near as much as the state polls do.
Right.
Right?
Totally.
And so you have to look at the projections of certain states. And here is where Fox is, if you can believe this. They say it all comes down to there are only 3 toss-up states.
Okay.
Now, this is interesting because I've seen other maps that have it as many as 10 to 12 states that are toss-ups.
But when they say 3 toss-up states, is it 3 toss-up states that matter, the ones that will make the election go one way or the other?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so... and we all know, you and I have talked about what the toss-up states are. I mean, I'll just throw them out there, and then I want you to, with your savvy political mind, give me your best guess as to what Fox says are the 3 that really will decide the whole darn race.
Okay.
So just let's scan for a second here. You have 2 states out west here that have been leaning Republican but are still unpredictable, and that's Arizona and Utah. Right? So those states have been in play. Colorado has been leaning blue, but then there were a couple of polls in the last week that showed Trump ahead. So you have those 3 states out west.
Not Nevada anymore? I know Nevada had been a swing state. It had been always shaded yellow.
Yeah, throw it into the group. So for out west here. Then you look at Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, New Hampshire. That, I think, is what generally most people would say is the complete list of, what did I just run through, about a dozen states. 3 or 4 out west, the other 8 or 9 back on the East Coast. What does Fox say are the 3 states that really matter? They really will be the ones that decide it.
Well, Ron, I hate to do this to you, but I would ask that you repeat your question once again, because we just switched. So now our Facebook Live viewers that are watching Hillary Clinton are also watching News Now's version of Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that those Facebook viewers at home might want to know what you're talking about.
There you go.
Just a thought, guys.
Okay. I just was telling Samia that the final Fox electoral map projection is just out this morning. And they say there are really only 3 states that are going to decide this race. 3 battleground states. And so I'm asking you guys at home to think about it, and Samia as well. And we gave the options of out west here: Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and Nevada. Those 4: Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and Nevada. 2 of those lean Republican, 2 of those lean Democrat. But anyway, those are 4. And then back on the East Coast, you have Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, New Hampshire, and what was the other one we mentioned? Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, Florida, New Hampshire, and Virginia. Yeah, no, North Carolina's in that list as well. Okay, so there you are. What are the 3 states? I'm really curious to hear what you think.
Can I have some clues? Are any of them going to be surprising? Would you say that any of them are surprising?
One is one is not surprising, but I'm actually not sure I mentioned it on our list.
Okay, let's just tell the viewers, because this is becoming...
All right, too long. Here's the answer. Can you see it right there?
Florida, New Hampshire, North Carolina.
Yep. Those, let's see,
I was going to guess Florida.
Okay. So you have 33 and 15. You have 48 electoral votes right there that will decide it. And you were going to guess North Carolina.
No, I was going to guess Florida because, duh.
Yeah. Well, Florida, I mean, it just depends. You just don't know if she's got did she pick up any momentum? It's not going to show up in the polls. The letter from the FBI clearing her, at least for now, of on the email thing, that only came out over the weekend. That's not going to... I mean, it's time to wrap up these polls, and most of them do at least a 3-day rolling average.
Yeah. So one of our viewers who was watching on YouTube actually commented, predicting which 3 he thought they were.
Okay.
AZNP77, that viewer.
Oh, yes.
He thought it would be Nevada, New Hampshire, and North Carolina. So he actually got 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, right. And Fox has Arizona trending slightly red. The LA Times has Arizona trending slightly blue.
Interesting.
You think about the fact that we saw in the last week, we saw both of the big candidates. You know, we've seen many surrogates as well.
Right.
Arizona's really in play.
Oh, Arizona's definitely in play, but I guess when it comes down to it, where are all the resources going the day before the election? If there's a day that matters in the campaign season, today is that day. So I'm looking at the list of events, and we have Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan. This is where the events are being taking place. New Hampshire, like you mentioned. So, I assumed when you were presenting this poll
that it was going to be in
some
that
of
group,
these states
had
to be relevant, if not all of them.
Well, it's so fascinating to me, and I really hope, I believe the national media organizations sort of owe it to us afterwards. Somebody's going to be way off in these polls, right?
Which one?
Well, that's the question. Who's going to be way off? I mean, the LA Times, you and I were just talking about this on TV on Fox 10, their final electoral map has Hillary Clinton in a blowout. 352 electoral votes, including Arizona going blue for the first time since her husband, Bill Clinton, was president.
Right.
Fox,
maybe Arizona just likes people with the last name Clinton. I don't know.
It could be. It's so simple. Fox has Arizona trending red, as well as these other states that we were talking about, the Nevadas, the Utahs, etc. So, along with the big ones back east. But the beauty of it is, for those of us who really dig politics and can't wait to see how this all breaks down, we're going to get some early answers tomorrow by virtue of Pennsylvania and Florida.
Right.
Now, the one thing about Florida, I believe I have this right, they have 2 different time zones because of the panhandle. I think it's either that or there are polling locations that are open an hour later. Oh, okay.
Wow.
These western counties lie in the central time zone.
I had no idea that there were 2 time zones in Florida. But then again, I've only been to the parts of Florida that are Eastern Standard.
Right.
I've been to the cities like Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando.
Right. So I'm glad that I was able to spring something new on you today.
Wow.
You know I love to do
The
that.
more you know.
The more you know, the more you're sitting here and we're just ad-libbing. But what that does is that pushes Florida a whole hour later. Practicalities here. So Florida is not entirely East Coast, so they don't, my understanding is they don't release any Florida results until all polls are closed in
that would make sense.
state. So that means you have to wait an extra hour for Florida to come in. But
It
Pennsylvania
is.
is all East Coast, all
Right.
Eastern time.
And North Carolina as well. And New Hampshire. North Carolina,
yes,
New
right.
Hampshire, Florida, these are all East Coast time zones. And you have Florida, which is partially central, and
Right.
then, you know, us out here west in the
right.
Mountain Standard Time.
Yeah. I just think the trend for Pennsylvania over the last many, many, many elections has been blue. And I really think that it's going to stay blue. And that will be a pretty big hit for Donald Trump. Unless, at the same time, we're starting to get numbers coming in from Ohio and Florida. And Ohio looks very good for him. Most of the polls, the last poll I saw this morning, he's up 4 points, or 5 points in Ohio.
Do you want to pull up a map?
Yeah, let's.
So this is from 270towin.com.
Okay.
The 2016 presidential election map. Clinton guaranteed 252, Trump guaranteed 163, 123 up for grabs.
Right.
This is... Should we change the color of one? Let's change Arizona.
Okay.
So let's say Trump wins Arizona.
Okay.
Right?
And Nevada. If
And
he wins
Nevada.
Arizona, that means he's going to do well out west here. It means
Okay, so
Nevada
then he
too.
wins Arizona and Nevada.
But I don't think he wins Colorado or New Mexico. He could win Colorado. There's a strong libertarian streak in
I don't
Colorado.
know. Marijuana's legal in Colorado.
Correct.
I just, you know.
Right.
If it's a state that legalized marijuana, it's a state that's probably going for Hillary Clinton.
There you
I'm
go.
just saying. I'm
Okay.
guessing.
All right.
So let's keep it blue.
All right.
So right now it has Pennsylvania
As
as
blue.
a blue guaranteed.
Turn Ohio red.
Okay.
Turn Georgia red. And let's see where we are.
214.
Oh, that's uncanny. That's right where Fox has it right now, I believe, is 214.
And then you have Iowa. Iowa wouldn't go red. I would have thought Iowa was red.
They
I'm
have
not
a
really sure.
really
Actually.
strong
you know what?
Democratic
I
base.
I confuse Iowa and Ohio all the time.
Do
I've been
you?
doing this my whole life.
Yeah. Well, we just need to have you spend more time in Ohio. I don't think I've spent
never
a little
been
bit
to
of time
Ohio or
driving through
Iowa.
Iowa, but I've spent a fair amount of time in Ohio.
Hmm.
And there's plenty to love about Ohio in all 88 counties. Anyway, okay, so where does that leave us? 214. So then you have to say he's got to pick up Florida. So let's turn Florida red.
Okay.
And that puts him at 243.
So if he wins Florida, North Carolina, and New Hampshire,
Yeah. Then he's at 262.
but then Hillary is going to win Michigan. let's say.
And that puts her at 268.
Oh my gosh, we just made this so dramatic.
Yeah, this is a very plausible map.
But what if we go blue? That's it. Arizona
Right.
could be the game changer.
Isn't that amazing?
It's insane.
Isn't that amazing to think it could roll across the country and we would be up late? Because I don't know why, but it always seems like it takes them a darn long time to get Arizona results.
Looking at this, it's
Yes.
251, 268. Let's say that Trump even gets Iowa.
Okay.
It literally could come down to our state.
There you
Are
go.
you looking at this right
Yes,
now?
yes.
This is insane.
Uh-huh.
And really exciting.
I know.
This is actually so exciting. What if it does come down to Arizona?
Yeah. See, 257. Well, but hold on. So go ahead and color in Arizona. Here's the thing. Then that puts it at 268 to 268.
And it's a tie.
And it's a tie, but somebody has to get to 270. So that's why I think you need to actually make Nebraska full red. I don't think so then he's at 269.
Then Maine though.
So why has he been going to Maine? This is the map, Samia. We just figured out the Trump team's map. Because Maine has they split the state by congressional districts. And so all he has to do is win one of those districts.
It could be 269 to 269 with all votes counted.
Look at that.
So we could just split up the United States.
That was already tried once.
I know.
In the
Kidding.
1860s.
Just saying. It really wouldn't work either because there's these random blue spots.
Right.
It would be like 4 different countries.
Yeah. Well,
and it would be sad.
It would be sad. I mean, I just happen to be, being a historian, I just happened to be reading a book on Robert E. Lee, the general for the South, when they tried to split in two.
Right.
And it said he would have been the most beloved general, second only to George Washington in our country's history, if he had only chosen the right side.
The one that won. The
Correct.
Side.
History goes with the side that wins. And so, yeah, I mean, it's actually quite fascinating to think how
things are happening.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. I have to say, this election cycle feels not like a civil war, but it feels a little more angry.
Oh, it's definitely way more angry. It's the angriest election I've ever seen.
Okay, there you are. It feels a little more angry. But you compare what we're going through today to what this country was going through literally in the 1840s, 1850s, and right up till 1860 and the election of Abraham Lincoln. It's a whole different level. There was so much hatred and distrust.
Look at this map, though.
Between the two sides.
It could come down to 269 to 269.
So, on our own, Samia and I.
But Clinton wins if Arizona wins.
Yeah. On our own, Samia and I just went to the map and said, let's start filling in some of these states that are showing us toss-ups. And we ended up with a map that we think is probably pretty close to what at least Donald Trump's
hoping for
team is looking at, and explains why he needs to pick up that one extra vote in Maine.
Is the original.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, Georgia's going to go. You have to believe Georgia's going to go red.
Okay.
And I'll be more surprised if Ohio goes red, because the last couple of cycles it has trended blue.
And LeBron. I know it sounds crazy, but
True.
LeBron is king in Ohio.
Yes,
LeBron
he is.
James has come out to endorse Hillary Clinton. And LeBron James, in fact, was with Hillary Clinton over the weekend campaigning in Ohio.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some loyal Cavs fans out there.
There are. I just wondered if he was going to get any social media backlash from that.
Well, everyone gets social media backlash over everything.
Yeah, I know. It's a good point.
Speaking of Hillary Clinton and campaigning and rallies and things like that.
Which we just were.
I think this live event is about to truly kick off. Shall we listen in?
Okay, this is Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh area. Then she goes to Allentown. Then she goes to Philly. Oh, which, by the way, did you hear they ended the transit strike in Philadelphia?
Oh, wow.
One day before the election, so just to make sure that the buses will run tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, people need to get to their polling place.
Yeah, because Philly is strong blue, and it basically balances out the rest of the state, which is a little more red. I'm not saying that played any role. It's probably just 100% coincidence, but it did happen.
All right, well, shall we listen in?
Sure.
15, 16 years ago. And the reason the context in meeting her was that her and President Clinton, that sounds good. President Clinton sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah, that sounds great. And they would do a small party in one of my restaurants. And I remember her having a conversation about wanting to know whether or not I purchased food from the upstate farmers, because she really cared about the economy upstate and marrying it to downstate economy, and wanted to make sure that I knew that there were so many people out there up in upstate producing great food, and that we should actually support that. And I was really surprised at how much she knew about the issue. And that was one part of it. The other part, I stepped back. And if you want to know how someone truly is, watch them interact with the people that they work with. You see the warmth. You see the joy that they had celebrating. You see how when she was talking to someone, when she was talking to me, she wasn't looking over my shoulder at the next person in line. She was actually talking to me. And that's the conversation that she's having with every single person out here. This one-on-one conversation about what this country can do when we all come together, when we include everyone. And so I want you to, for a second, just to think about, and this is what I think about. I have to have conversations with my 5-year-old and 7-year-old about, hey, Dad, what's wrong? Why is this guy talking bad about Muslims? Why is this guy talking bad about women? What sexual harassment, what does that even mean? My 5-year-old and 7-year-old who happen to be sort of playing, but I have the TV on watching news when I'm cooking food, when I'm cooking dinner for them. And I have to explain this to them. We shouldn't have to do this. These are our children. They shouldn't grow up with leaders that demean women. They shouldn't grow up with people who go after a Gold Star family, the mother of someone who gave their life for our country, and you're going to speak badly about them. That's not our America. That's not it. So look at these flags here. Look at these flags here. Look at them. Red, white, and blue. So it's not about red and blue Democrats. It's not so much about whether you wear a red tie or a blue tie or a red pantsuit or blue pantsuit. No, it's not about that. Look in between. What do you see between? You see the absence of color in between. That's what you see. That's what holds us together. That's where we need to reside, because that's where our hopes are. That's where our dreams are. That's where we could be a better country. That's where Hillary Clinton resides, right there, knowing that she could tie this country together, knowing that we're better when we actually work together, knowing that we can take care of all the problems in the world when we use our power for good, when we actually come together and solve all of our problems, because we're better than that. We're stronger than that. We are stronger together. And so it is my honor to introduce the next President of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Come on, make noise.
It's great to be here at this extraordinary time in our country's history, at this great university, to have a chance on a beautiful day to lift our sights, to think about what we are capable of doing together, the kind of future that we can create if we search for and find common ground. And it is thrilling to have traveled across our country to see the hopefulness, to talk about the positive changes that are occurring, to really see America at its best. And tomorrow, each and every one of you gets to make a decision as to whether or not first you will vote. Because in Pennsylvania, it's all about Election Day. Other places around the country have been voting for weeks. And what you will vote for. I'm here to ask you to vote for yourselves, vote for your families, vote for your futures. Vote on the issues that matter to you because they are on the ballot, not just my name and my opponent's name. I want to thank Tom Colicchio for coming out here. He's in the middle of opening another one of his great restaurants, but he said he's got these two small kids and he just had to come and be part of lifting up this election and creating the kind of commitment that will bring a record-breaking number of Americans to vote. We are on the path to see more Americans vote than we have ever seen in our history. And I am hoping that you won't just come out and vote. Obviously, I hope you vote for me, but I also hope you will send Katie McGinty to the United States Senate. We've got some great elected officials here, and I want to recognize Congressman Mike Doyle, County Executive Rich Fitzgerald, from Pittsburgh, Mayor Bill Peduto, from Braddock, PA, Mayor John Fetterman. But mostly I'm here to say thanks. Thanks for taking time out to think about what the stakes are. I love you all too, absolutely. So, for those who are still making up your minds or thinking maybe it's not worth voting at all, let me just say the choice in this election could not be clearer. It really is between division or unity, between strong and steady leadership or a loose cannon, between an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top, and an economy that is set up and run for those at the top. Now, I have spent my public career fighting for kids and families and standing up for our country. And if you give me the privilege of your vote tomorrow, that is what I will do every single day of my presidency. I will get up in the White House and I will think about what I can do that day to knock down barriers, to create opportunities so that you have the chance to fulfill your own dreams. You see, I believe America's best days are still ahead of us. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have to work for it, because we do. That doesn't mean that we can just expect it to happen as kind of a birthright. But I really believe that. I would not have worked for 18 months, traveled across our country, thought as hard as I have about what we need to do and how to do it together, proudly stand up and defend the legacy of President Obama, which has given our country progress in the right direction. If I did not believe with all my heart that we could do this, right? We can do this. We don't have to accept a dark and divisive vision for America. Tomorrow you can vote for a hopeful, inclusive, big-hearted America. And our core values are being tested in this election. And I know that people are frustrated. A lot of people feel left out and left behind. There's fear, even anger in our country. But I've got to say, anger is not a plan, my friends. If we're going to harness our energy and try to overcome our problems, then we got to start talking to each other again. And we have to get good ideas wherever they come from. Last night, I was in Manchester, New Hampshire, and I was with Khizr Khan, whose son, Captain Khan, was killed while serving in Iraq. You might remember him from the Democratic Convention. He was not a man to be on the stage of a political convention, but when he heard my opponent say what he said about Muslims, and he looked at the flag that had been draped on his son's coffin, he felt compelled to speak out. He spoke powerfully about what America means to him and how we have to defend our values and our Constitution. As he said last night, his son, serving in the United States Army with his unit, saw something suspicious, moved toward it to check it out, telling his men to stay behind. And when the car exploded, he lost his life. The Bronze Star and the Purple. But as Mr. Khan said, when you listen to all of the people that my opponent has insulted and denigrated, would there be a place in Donald Trump's America for Captain Khan? The Khan family gives me hope because they truly believe in the values of the country of ours. And they have stood up holding the Constitution as he did at the convention to say, people around the world, cherish this Constitution, believe in our values, source of hope for billions of people. We will never, ever let go, and we will never let someone rip it away in the kind of negative, divisive, hateful campaign that we have seen in this election. Sometimes when I hear my opponents speak, I don't recognize. That doesn't mean we don't have problems and challenges. It doesn't mean that to do more to help our country get better economic opportunities. Of course we do. But I believe we can do it. Our country. I believe in the American people. I know what we are capable of. Throughout our history, generations of Americans have together to meet the tests of their time. They defended democracy, built the greatest middle class the world has ever, marched for civil rights and LGBT. We face the test Will we be coming together as a nation further apart? Will we set goals that all of us meet? Will we turn on each other and pit one group of Americans against another? Now, our names will be on the ballot tomorrow, but those values and you care about will be there. What kind of country do we want? And I particularly think about this for young people as I look at this crowd and see so many other Americans who deserve the same opportunities in this country that many of us were given. And we will make sure they are available. Because if you think about what it takes to have a thriving America, it comes down to a couple of things. If you believe that America thrives when the middle class thrives, then you have to vote. We're going to make the biggest investment in good-paying jobs since World War II. Jobs in infrastructure, small business, clean energy, advanced manufacturing. We're going to actually deliver on that, unlike my opponent who makes his products mostly overseas, Chinese steel and aluminum, and what's made by American steel workers right here in Pennsylvania. We're going to invest in America, especially going to invest in communities that are left out.
All right, guys, we are having some technical difficulties with this Clinton feed. We're going to take you to the Obama event in the meantime, Obama campaigning for Hillary.
I think it's true. I loved iCarly. I got you. I understand. Josh and Drake. I know because I was sitting there. Although I had a soft spot for SpongeBob. SpongeBob was probably my favorite. Because Malia and Sasha, they wouldn't let me watch what I wanted to watch. But for those of you who don't quite remember 8 years ago, we were living through 2 long wars, going through the worst economic crisis in 80 years. And because of the resilience and strength of the American people, but also because you gave me a chance to put in place policies on behalf of working families, we were able to turn the page. We took what could have been a Great Depression and turned it into recovery. Our businesses turned job losses into 15.5 million new jobs. We saw an auto industry that was flat on its back roar its way back to break new records. Brought the unemployment rate in Michigan below the national average, and across the nation cut the unemployment rate in half. Last year, incomes went up faster than any time in 30 years. Poverty went down faster than any time in 30 years. 20 million Americans have health insurance that didn't have it before. We doubled our production of clean energy, became the world leader in fighting climate change, brought home so many of our men and women in uniform, took out Osama bin Laden. High school graduation rates all-time high. College graduation all-time high. Marriage equality a reality from coast to coast. That happened because people in 2008 decided to choose hope over fear. And over the course of these 8 years, all across 50 states, I've always seen what made America great. I have seen you. Americans of every faith, every background, Republicans and Democrats, who understand that we're stronger together. Young, old, men, women, black, white, Latino, Asian, Native American, people with disabilities, gay, straight, all of us pledging allegiance to the red, white, and blue That's the America I know, and there's only one candidate in this race who's devoted her life to that better America, and that is the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton.
And speaking of Hillary Clinton, we're going to go back to her live event. Looks like our feed
Because
has
when it's
pulled
all
up.
said and done, that's what matters most. Have you helped somebody else? Have you reached out and tried to ease somebody's burden? We do it individually. My mother got through a neglected, abandoned childhood because people showed her kindness. Her own parents didn't want her grandparents didn't want her, but that first grade teacher who saw she had nothing to eat brought extra food every single day to make sure my mother had something to eat. And when she was 14 and had to go out and find a job to support herself and got a job as a maid and a babysitter in somebody's home, she was just relieved that she had a place to live and that she could support herself. But the mother of that home understood my mom wanted to go to high school. So she said, Dorothy, if you get up early and you get your chores done, you can go to high school. You'll have to come right back because we'll need you, but you can do it. Now look, that sounds harsh to our ears, telling a 14-year-old, okay, you can go to high school, but you got to come right back and you have to work on both sides of it. But to my mother, it was a blessing. So when I think about what so many people have gone through to give us the opportunities that we have had, and I'm speaking for myself, my mother gave me the resilience, the grit, the get up and go. She told me everybody gets knocked down. What matters is whether you get back up. And we had a lot of Americans knocked down because of the Great Recession, didn't we? Millions of jobs were lost. Millions of homes were lost. Family wealth was wiped out. Savings accounts, 401ks, everything that people had worked so hard for. Well, we've dug ourselves out of the hole. Now we've got to get up. And we've got to make sure we don't leave anybody behind. I see this man standing here with a sign, Coal Miners for Hillary. And I'll tell you, sir, I know how hard times are. And as I have said, and you can take it to the bank, I will not forget you, and I will do everything I can to help people who have given so much, worked so hard throughout their lives for generations to build this country. We are not going to forget any American. But I can't do any of this without your help tomorrow. This election is going to really set the course of our country. There's no doubt in my mind. Tonight I'll be in Philadelphia with President Obama and Michelle. And I so appreciate how hard they have worked for me, but it's not for me. It's for us. You know, when President Obama came into office, put yourself in his shoes, this young, dynamic, first African-American elected to become president of the United States. And what does he find? He finds the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. That's what he finds. Wow, those were hard, hard times. I don't think he gets the credit he deserves for making sure we didn't go even deeper into the ditch we were in. But make no mistake, there were reasons we ended up in that ditch. It didn't happen by accident. We had huge tax cuts on the wealthy. The administration in office took their eyes off the financial markets, and we know what happened. They ignored the pressures in the mortgage markets, and we know what happened. Elections have consequences for everything we care about. And that's why we've got to have each and every one of you put down your stake in our future. If the lines are long tomorrow, please wait. In early voting, we have had people waiting in line for 2 and 3 hours. And there have been reporters and others going up and down the line asking people, all kinds of Americans, not one type, all types, why are you here? Because my future depends on it, they say. So tomorrow is the election, but that is just the beginning. We have to heal this country. We have to bring people together, listen and respect each other. Now, I know it's unusual for somebody running for president to say this. I started saying this months ago because I literally was meeting people who were scared by what they were hearing in the election. You know, I've known a lot of the Republicans who've run for president, been elected president in recent history. I didn't agree with them on everything, obviously. We had our differences. But I didn't doubt that they were fit to serve as president. This election's different. This person is temperamentally unqualified, experientially unqualified to be president and commander-in-chief. And so many people know that. So I think we do need some more love and kindness, right? We have got to rise above all of this hate-filled rhetoric, all of these insults and scapegoating and finger-pointing and insulting. I want to be the president for all Americans, not just some. I want to be the president for Democrats, Republicans, and independents. I want to be the president for those who vote for me and those who vote against me. I want to represent everybody. Because I know we have a role to play in building a better future. So it starts tomorrow. If you don't know where to vote, go to iwillvote.com. You can get all the information you need. The polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. We are on track, as I said, to have a huge turnout. But we can only do that if all of you make up your minds. You bring your friends, everybody you know, to make sure your voices are heard. This is a historic election, and we're going to do everything we can, not only to win, but then immediately to get to work. And I especially invite anyone who wants to volunteer for the next 24 hours. Go to HillaryClinton.com, text JOIN, J-O-I-N, to 47246. Stop by one of our offices. We would love to see you. Because when your kids and your grandkids ask you in the future what you did in 2016 when everything was on the line, you'll be able to say you voted for a stronger, fairer, better America where we build bridges, not walls. And where we finally prove and for all that love trumps hate. Thank you.
Again, a busy day for both campaigns. One day away from Election Day, we carried live coverage of Hillary Clinton campaigning in Pennsylvania. Now, we did have some technical difficulties, so we apologize for those issues that we had earlier. I'm going to take you now to another event, that event we dipped into previously, President Obama speaking live in Michigan.
There's a bunch of it that has not been on the level. But I want to tell you something right now. The way campaigns have unfolded, we just start accepting crazy stuff as normal. And people, if they just repeat attacks enough and outright lies over and over again, as long as it's on Facebook and people can see it, as long as it's on social media, people start believing it. And it creates this dust cloud of nonsense. So I've had to bite my tongue After a lot of the nonsense I've heard about Hillary. I know Chelsea has. Can you imagine? Just crazy conspiracy theorizing. But I know Hillary. She's somebody who's dedicated her life to making this country better. Think about how she got her start as a young woman. She was about her age. While Donald Trump and his dad were being sued by the Justice Department for denying housing to African American families, Hillary, about your age, was going undercover from school to school to make sure minority kids were getting an equal education. She has not stopped fighting for justice and equality ever since. She'll be smart, she'll be steady. She actually respects working Americans. She'll make sure the economy works for everybody who are still struggling out there, folks who feel like they're not getting a fair shake. She will work her heart out to create jobs that families can live on, child care that you can afford. She'll fight for students who are struggling with college debt. She'll fight to make sure that women get paid the same for doing the same work as a guy. She knows workers deserve a higher minimum wage. She knows how the world works. She will make sure to keep America strong and respected. She won't turn people against each other just to win an election. She will be a leader for all of us because she knows we're stronger together. And that's what this all comes down to, Michigan. I've said this before. The most important office in a democracy is not president, it's not senator, it's not congressman or mayor. It is the office of citizen. The most powerful word in our democracy is the word we. We the people. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. America has never been America is not about what one person can do for you. I didn't say, yes, I can. I said, yes, we can. I told you I wasn't a perfect man, wouldn't be a perfect president, but I said I will work alongside you. I will work as hard as I can to make sure that all of us together can advance the causes we believe in. What we can achieve together through this sometimes frustrating, often slow, but ultimately enduring role that we play in self-government. This is what this country runs on, is you deciding that you care enough about it to get involved. Even when the odds are steep, even when the road is long, that's our history. That's why patriots chose revolution over tyranny. That's how GIs your age defeated fascism. That's how women found the courage to reach for the ballot. That's how marchers crossed a bridge in Selma. That's how workers organized for collective bargaining and better wages. They did it together. In this country, you don't have to be born to wealth or privilege to make a difference. You don't have to practice a certain faith or look a certain way to bend the arc of history in a better direction. We hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal. That we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. That's what makes America exceptional. All of us equal. All of us having a voice. All of us making a claim on the American dream. All of us fulfilling our responsibilities and not just enjoying the rights of this incredible nation, this amazing experiment in self-government. That's what it's about. And so, Michigan, whatever credibility I've earned after 8 years as president, I am asking you to trust me on this one. I already voted. I voted for Hillary Clinton because I am absolutely confident that when she is president, this country will be in good hands. And I'm asking you to do the same, especially the young people here. It isn't that often in your life where you know you can make a difference. It's not that often you got a chance to move history in a better direction. This is one of those moments. This is one of those moments, don't let it slip away. You have the chance to reject a coarse, divisive, mean-spirited politics that would take us backwards. You can elect a leader who spent her entire life trying to appeal to the better natures, angels of our nature. You have a chance to elect our first female president. A president who will be an example for our daughters and our sons. And so after all the noise, after the negative ads, after all the campaigning, all the rallies, it now just comes down to you. It's out of Hillary's hands now. It's out of Michelle's hands. It's out of my hands. It's in your hands. The fate of our democracy depends on what you do when you step into that voting booth tomorrow. How many people you bring to make sure they vote. Do not fall into the easy cynicism that says your vote doesn't matter, all politicians are the same. That's what special interests and lobbyists, my opponents, Hillary's opponents, that's what they want you to think, so you don't go vote. Your vote matters. There are states where I won 2 votes a precinct. That's how I won that state. Your voice matters. Your voice makes a difference. I have heard it. And for all the tough lessons that I've learned during this presidency, for all the times I've fallen short, I have told Hillary, and I'll tell you, what's picked me up every single time, what has gotten me working as hard as I can, even when I'm discouraged, even when I'm down, it's been you, the American people. Time and again, you've picked me up. The auto worker in Detroit who won the lottery but didn't kick back and retire, bought his wife one of the new cars he'd built, kept clocking away because he loved his work. That's who I think about. The young woman in Sterling Heights who wrote me 7 years ago to say she was worried about her family's future in Michigan, then checked in again to say this year that her dad's supply company was hiring. She was working her way through Macomb Community College. She kept me going. The woman in North Carolina was stripped from the voter rolls a few weeks ago, but insisted on winning her registration back, wrote me and said, I remember the victories previous generations won for me and generations after me. I can assure you, Mr. President, I will keep fighting. If I haven't stopped fighting at 100 years old, then neither can you. A 100-year-old woman, if she's not tired, I'm not tired. She's kept me going. So Michigan, I ask you to do for Hillary what you did for me. I ask you to carry her the same way you carried me. I ask you to make her better the same way you made me better. And tomorrow, if you're willing to stand with me again, if you're willing to get your friends and neighbors and co-workers to the polls again, if you're willing to reject fear again, if you're willing to embrace hope again, then we will finish what we started. We will elect Hillary as president. We will remind the world why the United States of America is the greatest nation on earth. Yes, we can. Let's get to work. God bless you. God bless these United States of America. Let's go vote.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You see President Obama there wrapping up there in Michigan. Later today, he is going to be in Philadelphia along with Hillary Clinton, First Lady Michelle Obama, and Bill Clinton doing the final rally before the election there in Philadelphia. We'll have that for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Donald Trump has 4 more states to go do. We'll be having all of his rallies as well right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Well, here it is, folks. This is Election Day Eve. We're almost there. What is going to happen tomorrow? Let me know your predictions in the comment section. I would love to listen and hear them right there. I do have some campaign 2016 news for you. Right now, the Fox News electoral scoreboard, the map shifts again in Trump's favor as Clinton holds edge. The battleground map is shifting once again. Let me just what I want to do before I read this copy. I'll show you the map. That way, we'll have that as well for you guys, so you could check that out. Same thing. Okay, let's see. Can you see that pretty good? Yeah, you could see that. All right, so you see the map there. All right, folks, so you see the 2016 scorecard here, the Fox News electoral scorecard. The battleground map is shifting once again in Donald Trump's favor, according to the latest Fox News electoral scoreboard, portending a potentially tight race Tuesday against Hillary Clinton, who continues to hold the electoral vote advantage. According to an update to the scorecard released today, Clinton can still get to the necessary 270 electoral votes by winning all the states rated solid or leaning Democratic, but just barely. Doing so would get Clinton to 274. Trump is looking at a narrow but expanding path to 270, and he could win by snatching up the toss-ups and flipping at least one state currently seen as leaning toward Clinton. The following updates were made this morning to the Fox News decision team's ratings for key battlegrounds. They are: Arizona changes from toss-up to lean Republican. Iowa changes from toss-up to lean Republican. Nevada changes from toss-up to lean Democrat. North Carolina changes from lean Democrat to total toss-up. And Utah changes from toss-up to lean Republican. All but the rating change in Nevada reflect an improving picture for the Republican nominee, even as the latest polls show a mixed picture. A Fox News poll released this morning showed Clinton expanding her lead to 4 points nationally. If Trump wins the solid Republican states along with those currently seen as leaning in his direction, he'd come away with 215 electoral votes. Winning the toss-up states and their 49 electoral votes wouldn't be enough for Trump. He'd have to steal a blue state. Trump and Clinton are both keeping an aggressive campaign schedule on the eve of the election, trying to drive out supporters in the final swing. Trump, speaking today in Florida, the first of 5 rallies, said if he wins, corrupt politicians and their donors lose. On the heels of the FBI once again closing its Clinton email investigation, he said, quote, "Now it's time for the American people to deliver justice at the ballot box," end quote. Before embarking on a final campaign swing through 3 battleground states, Clinton told reporters that she has some work to do to bring the country together and that she wants to be president for those who vote for her and those who don't. In the latest ratings, North Carolina was shifted to toss-up amid a heated race for the critical battleground. Clinton long held a small lead in the polls there, but the race has tightened to the point where neither candidate has a clear advantage. Utah has been a hard state to gauge, with independent candidate Even McMullen surging in several October polls. McMullen could still potentially surprise Tuesday night, but Trump now seems to have the advantage. Nevada, meanwhile, is shifting to lean Democrat as early voting in the state suggests a turnout surge among Hispanic voters coming out against Trump. Let me know what you think. And the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm going to read you some more campaign 2016 news here. Hillary Clinton is holding a rally in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, less than 24 hours from the election day, and is drawing a stark contrast between her and Republican opponent Donald Trump. Quote, the election is between division and unity, between steady leadership and a loose cannon, she told the crowd. Now, the Clinton campaign reportedly has canceled the New York City fireworks display. A firework display planned for the New York City skyline by the Clinton campaign has been called off, according to TMZ. The site reports that the campaign called the Coast Guard on Thursday, 2 days after the plan went public, saying they wouldn't be having a firework display over the Hudson after all. A Coast Guard official told TMZ that there was no explanation for the change in plans. And Trump is addressing a crowd in Sarasota, Florida, and is optimistic about his chances tomorrow night. He said, we're going to win Minnesota, he said, before saying he's doing well in Ohio, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Iowa, and that women are going to turn out big for Trump. It's time for us to fight for America, he says to the crowd. My only special interest is you. He also joked about how he used to be on the other side and used to be frequently taking calls from senators who immediately forgot who he was when he announced he was running for president. It was like Donald Who, he said, mimicking them. And also, Georgia shatters early voting record. A record number of voters in Georgia turned out to cast their ballots ahead of Election Day. On Monday, Secretary of State for Georgia tweeted out that over 2.3 million people voted early in the Peach State. The previous record was back in 2008 with just over 2.1 million early votes cast. Now we are going to go live to Mike Pence having a rally in support of Donald Trump.
Before the Congress. Hillary Clinton said she never sent or received any classified information. The director of the FBI told the Congress, quote, there was classified information sent. Hillary Clinton said that there was nothing marked classified on her email sent or received. The director of the FBI said to the Congress, quote, that's not true. Hillary Clinton said, I did not email any classified information to anyone on my email. And the director of the FBI said there was classified information email. In fact, the FBI found out that aides to Hillary Clinton over here at the State Department offered the FBI a quid pro quo if they let them change the classified status on some of those emails that were found on that private server. And just yesterday, the New York Post actually found that she had her maid in Washington, D.C. printing off sensitive government documents on the printer at her house. So let me say this. If only for their decades of self-dealing, the politics of personal enrichment, mishandling classified information, compromising our national security, and outright corruption, Michigan, we must ensure that Hillary Clinton is never elected president. One day, the people of Michigan can put an end to decades of Clinton corruption. We can close the history books on the Clintons once and for all by electing Donald Trump as President of the United States of America. Now, the American people are sick and tired of pay-to-play politics, and it's exactly the kind of politics that's going to end the day that Donald Trump walks into the Oval Office. Work with the newly re-elected Congress. You're going to send Lieutenant General Jack Bergman to Washington, D.C. We're going to pass fundamental ethics reform in the first 100 days. In a word, Michigan, we're going to drain the swamp. Because, you know, for all the scandals swirling around the Clintons all these years, in the time that we have remaining between now and the polls close, it's important to remember that this election is about even bigger things than their very small efforts, and we got to talk to our neighbors and friends about it. It's about our security at home and abroad. It's about our prosperity. And men and women of Michigan, it's about the destiny and the direction of the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Give it up for the Coast Guard, everybody. You gotta love the Coast Guard. And speaking of our national security, you know, despite traveling millions of miles as our Secretary of State, the world is a more dangerous place today than the day that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama took over our foreign policy. Our allies are less secure, our enemies are more emboldened. I mean, Hillary Clinton's brand of foreign policy that she was the architect of in this administration, of leading from behind, of moving red lines, of feigning resets with Russia, and of paying ransom to the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world are emblematic of the kind of foreign policy that has left wider areas of the Middle East literally spinning apart. Let me make you a promise. When Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we won't be paying ransom to terrorist sponsors. It was Hillary Clinton that actually started that disastrous agreement with the radical mullahs in Iran. They got $150 billion ransom payments. All we got was a delay in the nuclear ambitions of the leading state sponsor of terrorism. It was Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, who failed to negotiate an agreement with the sovereign government of Iraq that would have allowed us to leave a sufficient number of forces in Iraq to secure what the American soldier had won in Operation Iraqi Freedom. And make no mistake about it, through great hardship, through great trial, and through heartbreaking sacrifice, the American soldier won the peace and security of the people of Iraq in Operation Iraqi Freedom. It happened. It happened. Now I know that there are men and women who've worn the uniform and their family members who are here, who fought in that conflict and who fought in other conflicts in our nation's history. Would our veterans just put your hand in the air and let us thank you one more time? Thank you for your service. What the American soldier won in Operation Iraqi Freedom was squandered by this administration. When Hillary Clinton failed to negotiate that agreement, we took all American forces out. You created a vacuum in which the monstrous terrorist organization ISIS was able to overrun vast areas of Iraq. And now 5,000 American special forces are positioned just outside Mosul, having to win back what the American soldier had already won. And it was Hillary Clinton and her State Department who left Americans in harm's way in Benghazi. And never sent help. You know, you heard about that movie 13 Hours, good movie, it depicts what happened. They didn't send help in 13 hours, they never sent help. And after 4 Americans fell, she actually told the families of the fallen, as the flag-draped coffins of those heroes came off the aircraft, she told the families of the fallen that it was because of a filmmaker back here in the States. Even though she knew, she had emailed the night of the attack that it was a terrorist-style Al-Qaeda attack. when she was confronted before the United States Senate about the inconsistencies in the story she told and the administration told. She said of those 4 fallen Americans, quote, "What difference at this point does it make?" Let me tell you something from my heart. As the proud father of a United States Marine, anybody who said that, anybody who did that, should be disqualified from ever serving as Commander-in-Chief. You do not leave Americans in harm's way and never send help. And after our heroes fall, you do not say, "What difference does it make?" Why? We cannot have 4 more years apologizing to our enemies and abandoning our friends. For America to be safe, for the world to be safe, America needs to be strong, and Donald Trump will lead on the world stage with Americans. We will rebuild our military. We will restore the arsenal of democracy. We will provide our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard with the resources and training they need to accomplish their mission. And we will hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source. Now that's probably why more than 200 retired admirals and generals, including more than 20 Medal of Honor winners, have endorsed Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. You know, it's not just about our security abroad, it's also about safety here at home. On our travels this week, Karen and I arrived in Des Moines, Iowa, the very day that 2 law enforcement officers have been cut down in a mindless ambush on 2 separate locations in that city. Before Karen and I went to our hotel late that night, we went by the makeshift memorials outside 2 police stations in that community and said a prayer and laid some flowers. You know, this has been a very challenging time for men and women who serve on the thin blue line of law enforcement in this country.
Amen.
You know what I'm talking about? I mean, it seems like every time tragedy happens, when a police officer is performing their duty, instead of demanding full transparency and accountability, which is our right as citizens, there are too many in the national media, too many on the political liberal left that are quick to use a broad brush to demean all the men and women in law enforcement as a force for division in our society.
That's right.
I mean, Hillary Clinton actually, in the wake of one of these tragic events, Hillary Clinton actually referred to all the men and women in law enforcement as having, quote, institutional bias in the law enforcement community. Well, Donald Trump and I don't believe the men and women who serve in law enforcement are a force for division in our communities. We know they are a force for good. They are the best of us. And they deserve the support of the rest of us. So there's a lot of men and women in uniform with us here today. Would you just turn around and let these police officers know how much you appreciate them? Promise. As the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America, a President Donald Trump will support the men and women in law enforcement in this country at every level. We'll provide them with the resources and the tools they need to protect our families and go home safe to theirs. And Donald Trump will restore law and order to every city and every community in this country. You know, that's probably why Donald Trump has been endorsed by the 330,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police. So it's about security at home and abroad, but it's also about our prosperity. And men and women, you saw that jobs report that came out just about a week ago. You all know here in Michigan what we know down in the Hoosier State. Any progress we've made in our economies is in spite of what's come out of Washington, D.C., not because of it. Regardless of all the happy talk, seems like they find some little statistic here and there that people of Michigan know this economy's hurting. 1 in 5 American households have no one under the same roof with a job. 47 million Americans are living in poverty today, millions more than when Barack Obama became president of the United States. Hillary Clinton's plan? More of the same. More of the same. More taxes, more regulation, more of the war on American energy, and more Obamacare. I mean, they tell us this economy is the best that we can do. But I get the feeling the people of Michigan know better. It's not the best we can do, it's just the best they can do. And when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we're going to get this economy moving again by putting time-honored American principles into practice. Hillary Clinton wants to raise taxes by $1 trillion in this struggling economy. Weakest economic recovery since the Great Depression. Hillary Clinton wants to raise taxes by $1 trillion. Donald Trump and I are going to cut taxes across the board. For working families, small businesses, and family farms. We're going to get rid of death taxes once and for all. And we're going to lower business taxes here in Michigan so companies in Michigan can compete with companies around the world and create jobs here in the heartland. Because Donald Trump is a businessman, he knows that it's not just about taxation, it's about regulation. So on day one of the Trump-Pence administration, we're going to sign a moratorium on any new federal red tape, and we're going to repeal every single Obama executive order. And after years here in the industrial heartland of watching the heartbreak of our jobs being shipped overseas, going south of the border, hundreds of thousands of automotive jobs that have gone south of the border since NAFTA was signed. When Donald Trump becomes negotiator-in-chief, trade is going to mean jobs, but once again, it's going to mean American jobs first. We're going to renegotiate that NAFTA deal. We're going to get out of this Trans-Pacific deal. We're going to negotiate trade deals that make sure the American economy grows first, and we're going to hold all of our trading partners accountable to the promises that they make to the people who live in the most powerful economy on earth. Trade's going to mean jobs, but trade's going to mean American jobs. And Donald Trump and I, when we see this re-elected majority in the House and the Senate, the first 100 days, we're going to repeal Obamacare lock, stock. We're going to hold all those in Washington, D.C. accountable for all the lies of Obamacare. You remember them telling you that if you like your doctor, you can keep him? Not true. They said if you like your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true. They said the cost of health insurance is going to go down. Not true. Here in Michigan, the premiums for Obamacare next year are scheduled to go up almost 17% in 1 year alone. Over in Arizona, we were just in Arizona a couple of days ago, and it's going to go up more than 116% next year. We're going to tremendous hardship on working families and everyday Americans. You know, it's amazing. Even our opponent's husband the other day was out on the campaign trail. Did you hear what he said? He said costs are going up, coverage is going down. It's the craziest thing in the world. I guess even with the Clintons, sometimes truth happens. Hey, don't be misled by Bill Clinton's newfound skepticism about Obamacare. Hillary Clinton she said earlier this year, she said, quote, before they called it Obamacare, we called it Hillary Care. And Hillary's got a plan. Hillary's got a plan to take us from the frying pan into the fire on Obamacare. She actually wants to import the worst of the Canadian healthcare system into the very center of Obamacare. She gave one of those speeches up in Canada we weren't supposed to read. You hear about this? She actually said she wanted a healthcare system just like the Canadian system. Well, I was just up in Minnesota a couple hours ago, and they said the Canadians all come to Minnesota to get healthcare. But Hillary Clinton wants to introduce single-payer healthcare, government-run socialized medicine into the center of Obamacare. You know, but my favorite quote about all this that really put it into high relief came from President Obama himself. He was down in Florida the other day, and he actually compared Obamacare to the Samsung Galaxy 7 phones that spontaneously burst into flames. Hear about that? I love it. President Obama said, quote, when one of these smartphones has a few bugs, they don't pull it off the market. They upgrade it, they fix it. Unless it catches fire, then they pull it off the market. Well, what a coincidence, Mr. President, because that's exactly what we're going to do with Obamacare. We're going to pull it off the market so it stops burning up our wallets. And when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we're not just going to repeal Obamacare, we're going to replace it. Not with more government, but with more choices. We're going to reduce the cost of health insurance in America by expanding the choices of the American consumer. We're going to allow Americans to buy health insurance across state lines, the way you buy life insurance, the way you buy car insurance. We're not going to lower the cost of health insurance by growing the size of government. We're going to use the power of the American free market to lower the cost of health care. That's the American way to meet the health care needs of our country in the 21st century economy. So the choice in security at home and abroad is clear. The choice in our prosperity couldn't be more clear. But the stakes are maybe the most high when you realize that while the next president will be elected to serve a 4-year term, the next president will likely set the course and direction of the Supreme Court of the United States for the next 4 years. You better think long and hard about that. I mean, elect Hillary Clinton as president of the United States, you better get used to more unelected judges using unaccountable power to legislate from the bench. Okay? But I would tell you, if you cherish the Constitution and limited government, if you cherish the sanctity of life, if you cherish the Second Amendment constitutional right, you better think long and hard about it. Just truthfully. Michigan, literally this state could be the deciding point. So I'm asking you to make sure here in Michigan, that the next president to make appointments to the Supreme Court of the United States is President Donald Trump. Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we will have men and women appointed to the Supreme Court in all of our federal courts that will strictly construe the Constitution of the United States of America in the tradition of the late and great Justice Antonin Scalia. You can count on it. So it's about our security, about our prosperity. It's about the highest court in the land. And men and women, now it's your turn. You know, this presidential campaign's been going on for a long time. Karen and I have been a part of it for more than the last 3 months. But now it's in your hands. And I want thank you all for coming out and being a part of a movement. Karen and I said yes. I'll never forget that night. We got a phone call at the governor's residence in Indianapolis. It was 11 o'clock at night, and I picked up the phone. We prayed all the way through it. We heard that the question might be coming. And I heard that familiar voice on the other end of the phone. And he said, Mike, it's going to be great. And it has been. And it will be when we elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. Now's the time. We walked away from the job that we love because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. And I believe that Donald Trump has the leadership and the vision to make America great again. That's why we're here. And now it's your turn. So I got a couple things I'd like to ask you to do before I take off again and go to Pennsylvania, go to New Hampshire, and finish the day right here in Michigan. Number one, vote. Bring a friend. Friends don't let friends vote alone. Pack a lunch. You all are out here at a great rally. You've been out again and again. You're part of a movement, but just make sure. Make sure you make plans. Dedicate whatever time you need tomorrow. And talk to your neighbors and friends. Remind them, if you will, if anybody says, well, I don't know if I'm going to, just remind them, put all those hands in the air, and the ones that are off in glory, just remember the price that has been paid for your right to vote. That's how we honor those who take it. And second, after you make plans to vote, go tell somebody why you're voting the way you're voting. Tell them why you got that red hat on. Tell them about the stakes in this election. Because I honestly believe this is the most dramatic choice we'll ever face in our lifetime. I mean, this is a choice between change and the status quo. The other side says if you like your status quo, you can keep it. And they'll keep that promise. But I think it's even more dramatic than that. I think this is a choice not so much between Republican and Democrat, between left and right. I think it's what Ronald Reagan said so many years ago. This is a choice between up and down. I'll tell you the way I see it. It's a choice between whether we're going to continue to go down the same hill to a weaker America at home and abroad, to a hollowed-out American military, emboldening our enemies, abandoning our allies, to an economy more stifled by more taxes, more regulation, more Obamacare, more bad trade deals, walking farther away from our highest constitutional ideals, or whether here in Michigan you're going to stop, plant your feet, turn around, and march back up the hill to a stronger America at home and abroad, an America that's prospering for this generation and the next, and an America that cherishes and upholds our highest constitutional ideals. That's the choice. It's up and down. And as you go tell somebody that dramatic choice, I'll tell you, it's incredibly inspiring to see the way people from every walk of life and every perspective are rallying around my running mate. I mean, it's inspiring to see the way independents have been drawn to Donald Trump because they see that he's going to break the gridlock in Washington, D.C. It's inspiring for me here in Michigan and back in Indiana to see the way so many Democrats are rallying around Donald Trump. If they're tired of trade deals shipping jobs overseas, and they're tired of liberal policies coming out of our nation's capital. But I have a special word to my fellow Republicans that are in the crowd today. I truly do believe the time has come for us to spread the word to all of our fellow Republicans across Michigan to say with one voice, it's time to come home. It's time to come home and elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. It's time to come home and send Lieutenant General Jack Bergman to a renewed Republican majority in the Congress of the United States. And it's time to come home to make sure Michigan does its part to ensure that Hillary Clinton is never elected president of the United States of America. Men and women, we got to do all that we can. So if you're taking notes, vote. Bring a friend. Go tell somebody, especially some of our closest friends. And the last thing I would tell all of you is have faith. Have faith that as we lay out this clear choice to the American people, that every time throughout our history, when the American people are given a clear choice between a stronger and more prosperous America grounded in our highest ideals, when that choice has been clear, the American people always choose strength, greater freedom, economic prosperity built on free markets and the highest constitutional and American ideas. Have faith in the American people. Go out and talk to your neighbors and friends. Lastly, if you're of a mind to exercise that other kind of faith, bow the head and bend the knee. Be a good time to do that too. But I want to be clear on this one if I can. I mean, I'm here for the ticket. I'm here for the team. I'm here for the movement. But on this one, I think Abraham Lincoln had it pretty close to right. He was asked in his time if he thought God was on his side, and Abraham Lincoln said, you know, I'd rather concern myself more with whether we're on God's side. So just pray for our country. Pray for America. In the hours that remain before the polls close, pray for our country. Because America matters. Far beyond our shores, we are the last best hope of Earth. Our generosity and our idealism inspire the nations. And when you pray, if you're of a mind, pray with confidence. Because I truly do believe that those ancient words that the Pilgrims claimed, that Americans throughout all the generations, through much greater challenges than we face in these divided times, they've claimed again and again, are still true today. That if his people, who are called by his name, will humble themselves and pray all across this nation, he'll do like he's always done. He'll hear from heaven, and he'll heal this land. This one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Men and women of Michigan, I got a plane to catch. But we'll be back. Let me just challenge y'all, leave here today and make plans to exercise that franchise tomorrow. Bring a friend. Tell a neighbor and a friend. And maybe just remember our nation in your hearts. But if you do all that you can do in the day that remains, I'll make you a promise. Okay? That man is ready. This team is ready. This movement is obviously ready. If you go make sure that Michigan is ready, we will elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America, and we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Michigan. Let's go get it done.
All right, everybody, that's Mike Pence wrapping up there in Michigan. A busy day for the Trump and Pence campaign there, as they are hitting a lot of states for the final push. A campaign shadow lifted by the FBI. Hillary Clinton said today promised to build a big-hearted America out of the wreckage of a strikingly divisive presidential race. Donald Trump told his supporters this was their last chance to buck a broken political system. Now we're going to go out to Florida, take you out to Vice President Joe Biden on the campaign trail.
I challenge you to think of any president in American history, assuming that technology had been available. Can you imagine any president, even the worst one, getting up at 3:30 in the morning and tweeting vitriol about a woman's body, calling them pigs and slobs? This goes to character, guys. This goes to who we are as a nation. Well, let me tell you something. Imagine Donald Trump's Supreme Court. The Roberts Court already tried to eviscerate the Voting Rights Act. Imagine the Attorney General that this guy would appoint when you had 37 states trying to pass restrictive voting rights laws to keep African Americans from voting. Imagine what his Attorney General would not do. Not a joke. This is about the kind of life you're going to be able to live. Not a joke. Not a joke. And you say, well, those Republicans won't put up with it. You know, character is destiny. You got a guy running for the United States Senate here again who says that he disagrees with Donald Trump and these things, but didn't have the courage to stand up and say, I won't vote for him. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Patrick Murphy if we had a Democratic candidate saying the same thing? Can you imagine him standing up and saying, I'm going to vote for that person? Ladies and gentlemen, this goes to your character. And this is what's on display more than anything else in our entire history today. What is the character of this nation? You know, folks, at the end of the day, it's about what we value. My dad used to have an expression. He'd say, when someone come up to my dad, was a high school educated guy, a salesman, he'd come up to my dad and they'd say, Joe, let me tell you what I value. My dad would look at him and say, don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget. I will tell you what you value. Show me your budget. Well, Marco Rubio's voted for a budget that cuts, we now have the highest graduation rates in all of American history ever for high school, including for African Americans and Hispanics. You know what he proposes doing? Cutting the elementary and secondary education by $2.7 billion a year. Cut it. This is the person, along with Donald Trump, who says we should not be spending money on Pell Grants. 8 million of you in my neighborhood, 8 million people are in college only because of Pell Grants. And they decide they're going to cut the Pell Grants. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gone, because of the grit and determination of the American people, we've gone from absolute abject desperation, where before I lowered my right hand on that day in January 20th, 2009, we had already lost, at that point, 685,000 jobs that morning. By the time that month was over, we lost 800,000 jobs. Unemployment rate for African Americans was 18.6%. For the country as a whole was 9.4%. Today, the unemployment rate is down to under 5%. We're in a situation right now where we've created more jobs than all the other industrialized nations combined. We finally have gone from crisis to recovery. Now we're on the surge, on the verge of resurgence. And this is a time for these guys to get out of our way, man. Just get out of our way. But what do they propose doing if they win? They propose, you have Trump coming up with another $1.3 trillion, $9.7 trillion tax cut. $9.7 trillion? It's either going to increase the deficit by $9.7 trillion or we got to cut every single solitary program out there, including Social Security and Medicare, by 40%. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do all these things. You ever ask yourself why they're spending so much money against Murphy from outside? You got it, Jack. Because here's the deal. You have all this money coming in from the Koch brothers and these powerful interests because they know the President Republican Congress won't stand up to them. They'll just yield. They yield. They bend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the unwillingness of this new Republican Party to reorder our priorities. You know, we have $1.3 trillion in tax loopholes now. It used to only be about 700,000 when Reagan was there. $1.3 trillion a year is not collected every year. We can guarantee, and this is what Patrick's working like hell for, every single solitary person goes to community college, cutting the cost of 4 years in half, can go free. And that goes from 6 million kids to 9 million kids in college if we do that. And we can go free, but it costs a lot of money. The Republicans say, there go those big spending Democrats. It costs $6 billion a year to do that. But let me tell you how we pay for it. And by the way, I'm listed as the poorest man in Congress, and I have been. When I did my financial disclosure, the headline of the Washington Post said, it's probable no man has ever assumed the office of vice president with fewer assets than Joe Biden. I assume they weren't speaking intellectual. So I didn't know what stepped-up basis meant. There's this little thing in the tax code called stepped-up basis. If, in fact, you buy $1 million worth of stock, it rises in price to $2 million over several years, and you're on your way to sell it, and you sell it, you got to pay a capital gains tax on that $1 million gain. Okay, and it's less than your normal tax. But if on the way to sell it, you get hit by a truck, God forbid, and your son or daughter inherits it, and they sell it, they pay no tax. It's not a death tax. This is just paying the same tax your mom and dad would have paid. You know how much that costs the government every year? It costs the government every year $17 billion a year. I can send every kid in America to community college for free for 2 years and still cut the deficit by $11 billion. This is about priorities. This is about what do you care about? What do you value? 12 years of education is not enough in the 21st century. It's simply not enough. And everybody knows it, but they sit there with their thumb in their ear talking about making sure you get a tax break for racehorses, but no tax break for child care. Look, guys, these guys have it whacked out. They've got it backwards. They think we have amnesia. The same policies that drove us into the greatest recession short of a depression are the policies they're pushing on steroids right now. And it's not just that, it's everything about who we are. It's about our value system. Tell me, if you think this country can survive 4 years of these guys. Look, guys, let me end because it's hot out here. The Trump and Rubio alternative. These guys are cut from the same political cloth. I want to remind, I hope your president doesn't mind me quoting the first president of Morehouse College, Benjamin Mays. Benjamin Mays once said, "The tragedy of life is often not in our failure, but rather in our complacency. Not in doing too much, but rather in doing too little. Not in our living above ability, but rather our living below our capacity." Ladies and gentlemen, this election, let's live up to our ability and our capacity. I'm more optimistic about the prospects of the United States than when I got elected as a 29-year-old kid. You know, everybody tells me things don't change much. When I got back from law school as a young kid, I worked for a fancy law firm to begin with. But my city was the only city in America occupied by the military for 7 months because when Dr. King, my hero, was assassinated, they burned a big chunk of my city down. So they had guards on every single corner with drawn bayonets for 7 months. And one day I couldn't take it, I just quit my law firm and I went and became a public defender. And I used to go down to the Wilmington train station, the Amtrak line, because that's where they'd arrest people and hold them to interview my clients. And I wondered then, as a 26-year-old, would it ever get any better? Because I got it started in the movement. Would it ever get any better? And then, almost 40 years ago to the day, I was standing on that same platform with my deceased son, Major Biden, my son Hunter, and my daughter Ashley, and my 4 grandkids, waiting for a train on a cold, cold day on the 18th of January to pick me up coming from Philly. A black man was coming to pick up this kid to go 127 miles to Washington, D.C., to be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States of America. And I looked out over the 3rd Street Bridge, which had been burned to the ground, most of it. And I turned to my kids, and I said, anything's possible in this country. Because I didn't believe when I stood there as a 26-year-old kid that day would ever come. This is no time to turn that train around. This is time to step on it. This is time to move faster. America never bends. We never break. We never bow. We never yield. We always overcome. And with your help, we will own the finish line in the 21st century. There's not a thing we cannot do. So vote. Get your friends out. Every single vote counts. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, folks, now we're taking you out to Michigan, where we're getting a shot of Air Force One departing. President Obama, about 45 minutes ago, wrapped up there. The president is now on his way to Durham, New Hampshire, where he will be making remarks in New Hampshire for Hillary Clinton. Then later this evening, he will be in Philadelphia, along with First Lady Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Bill Clinton as well. So that'll be a big event at Independence Hall in Philadelphia as we are on the final day of campaigning for election 2016. It is almost here, folks. So we'll watch as the president goes wheels up, and we'll have more campaign 2016 coverage for you on the other side of this break. And just a programming note, everybody, we'll have a Donald Trump rally for you, 3 o'clock Eastern from Raleigh, North Carolina, then 5:30 Eastern in Pennsylvania, and then 8 o'clock Eastern in New Hampshire. And then he's going to finish up in Michigan at 11 p.m. Eastern. Donald Trump holding 11 o'clock rally there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The final campaign rally for Donald Trump will take place in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And for those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are waiting for President Obama to go wheels up here, leaving Michigan on his way to New Hampshire, the Granite State. All right, everybody, as we get closer to Wheels Up moment, we will go to that. But I want to show you the 2016 Fox News scorecard. This is the very latest. We'll get you caught up on some campaign 2016 news as well. But the battleground map is shifting once again in Trump's favor, according to the latest Fox News electoral scoreboard. This could be potentially a tight race tomorrow against Hillary Clinton, who continues to hold the electoral vote advantage. According to an update to the scorecard released today, Clinton can still get the necessary 270 electoral votes by winning all the states rated solid or leaning Democratic, but just barely. Doing so would get Clinton to 274. Trump is looking at a narrow but expanding path to 270, and he could win by snatching up those toss-up states and flipping at least one state currently seen as leaning toward Clinton. The following updates were made this morning to the Fox News decision team's ratings for key battlegrounds, and they are: Arizona changes from toss-up to lean Republican. Iowa changes from toss-up to lean Republican. Nevada changes from toss-up to lean Democrat. North Carolina changes from lean Democrat to toss-up. And Utah changes from toss-up to lean Republican. All but the rating change in Nevada reflect an improving picture for the Republican nominee, even as the latest polls show a mixed picture. A Fox News poll released this morning showed Clinton expanding her lead to 4 points nationally. If Trump wins the solid Republican states along with those currently seen as leaning in his direction, he'd come away with 215 electoral votes. Winning the toss-up states and their 49 electoral votes wouldn't be enough for Trump. He'd have to steal a blue state. Trump and Clinton are both keeping an aggressive campaign schedule on the eve of the election, trying to drive out supporters in the final swing. Trump spoke today in Florida, the first of 5 rallies, said if he wins, quote, corrupt politicians and their donors lose, end quote. On the heels of the FBI once again closing its Clinton email investigation, he said now it's time for the American people to deliver justice at the ballot box. Before embarking on a final campaign swing through 3 battleground states, Clinton told reporters that she has some work to do to bring the country together and that she wants to be president for those who vote for her and those who do not. In the latest ratings, North Carolina was shifted to toss-up amid a heated race for the critical battleground. Clinton long held a small lead in the polls there, but the race has tightened to the point where neither candidate has a clear advantage. Nevada, meanwhile, is shifting to lean Democrat as early voting in the state suggests a turnout surge among Hispanic voters coming out against Trump. And Wisconsin has set a new early voting record. Nearly 800,000 people have voted early in Wisconsin, setting a new record. The election officials said that as of this morning, 797,000 people had returned absentee ballots, breaking the 2012 record of 664,000. The Elections Commission projects that 3.1 million people will vote in that state, translating to 69% of the voting age population in Wisconsin. And in the latest Hillary Clinton tweet, she said, "Today I'm asking for your vote. Tomorrow, let's make history together." And the Clinton campaign reportedly has canceled their New York City fireworks display for tomorrow. A fireworks display planned for the New York City skyline by the Clinton campaign has been called off, according to TMZ. The site reports that the campaign called the Coast Guard on Thursday, 2 days after the plan went public, saying it wouldn't be having a firework display over the Hudson after all. A Coast Guard official told TMZ that there were no explanations for the change in plans. And Georgia has shattered an early voting record as well. A record number of voters in Georgia turned out to cast their ballots ahead of Election Day. On Monday, that Secretary of State tweeted that over 2.3 million people voted early in the Peach State. The previous record was back in 2008 with just over 2.1 million early votes cast. The Secretary of State in a statement said that voters are highly enthusiastic about the race. The early voting period in Georgia was from October 17th to November 4th, and according to the Secretary of State's office, a total of 2,381 and 416 early votes were cast. Voters in that state can cast their ballots in person or by absentee ballots. Happening now, State Department live daily briefing. Let's go there.
Then Pershing is with us today, and he'll be able to give you, as I said, an overview of the conference and then answer a couple questions. With that, Jonathan, thanks.
Thanks very much, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, everyone. So 2016 is really an historic year on the climate change issue, on the climate change front. Over the past few months alone, we've seen a number of major events that have occurred. First and foremost, the Paris Agreement itself entered into force. The technical date of entry into force was on Friday, just past Friday. That was 30 days after 55 countries and representing at least 55% of global emissions had signed on to the deal, had joined the agreement. By the way, since the 55 threshold was met, we're now just over 100 countries. So it's really continuing to grow quite rapidly. But at the same time, over the course of the year, we've had a number of other major agreements. We agreed in Montreal on an agreement on civil aviation for the first time in history, capturing some of the emissions from international civil aviation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change. And the second is an agreement that was reached in Kigali in Rwanda, also in October, in which we've agreed to phase down substances called hydrofluorocarbons, which also are major greenhouse gases, and look for substitutes that replace those. So the meeting starts today. It's actually just begun in Marrakesh, Morocco. So we're seeing significant movement on that front. And it's much smaller than Paris. About 15,000 representatives will be in attendance compared to almost 50,000 in Paris. But it's got a couple of large-scale activities that are going to be undertaken. The first bucket is actually taking cognizance of and moving forward politically based on these political agreements. The entry into force, the Kigali Agreement on Montreal Protocol gases, and ICAO. There's a huge political momentum. Entry into force now really shapes the agreement and the structure. The second is the movement and an aggressive acceleration of the timetable on the detailed development of rules and regulations and guidance that come out of the Paris Agreement. We'd originally thought those would really be postponed for some time. There's going to be a 5 or 6 year process. The very rapid entry into force has changed the dynamic, and we now anticipate we'll have those concluded by 2018. So a very rapid acceleration of the work, of the technical guidance and detail. And the third is this is a conference of the parties around implementation. We finished the big framing of the negotiation in Paris. Now it's an implementation agenda. And we'll have experts, including our Secretary of Energy who will be there, but experts from across multiple sectors, agriculture, forestry, people who deal with water, the impacts of climate change, as well as ways to reduce emissions that cause climate change. And that elevation will be a chance for CEOs, for ministers, for academics to all elevate and frame what we can do and to move from this negotiating phase into an operational phase. And that's going to occupy us for some time, and we should be very clear the risks and damages of climate have become more apparent in the last year as well. And this is going to be a race as we try to work on the problem and solve the problem before those damages become so significant that we can't do so easily anymore. So this is a major shift in where we've been, moving from these negotiating rounds into an implementation round. So with that, happy to take questions that people might have around what's going to happen and where we stand.
Okay. Go ahead.
We were on a background call with some officials last week about COP22, and there was some discussion, I think, about zero carbon emissions in the United States by 2050 as a goal. I'm just wondering where that comes from. Is this something the United States is looking to do multilaterally or take the lead on that particular issue?
Okay, thanks very much. No, there is no formal goal for 2050. What there is, though, is an agreement that's contained in the Paris Agreement itself that calls for countries to develop what are called mid-century strategies. The United States is working on ours. We are hoping to conclude it and complete it before the end of the year. And in that, we will be looking at a variety of scenarios where we can do significant global and U.S. reductions in emissions. It's not around a particular target number, it's around trajectories. How can you do these radical reductions? The President has indicated that we would at least be working to an 80% reduction by the year 2050.
So where does zero carbon?
I don't know who
Nobody's
put that out there. That's not us.
Okay.
Any other questions? Or have we exhausted you already? Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Take care. Yep. Get started here. Just have one thing at the top, and then I'll move to your questions. We are disappointed by recent developments related to the Hong Kong Legislative Council. The United States strongly supports and values Hong Kong's Legislative Council and independent judiciary, two institutions that play a critically important role in promoting and protecting the special administrative region's high degree of autonomy under the Basic Law and the One Country, Two Systems framework that have been in place since 1997. We urge the Chinese and Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, governments, and all elected politicians in Hong Kong to refrain from any actions that fuel concerns or undermine confidence in the One Country, Two Systems principle. Hong Kong's prosperity and stability depends on its successful implementation, as provided for by the Joint Declaration and Basic Law. We believe in that an open society with the highest possible degree of autonomy and governed by the rule of law is essential for Hong Kong's continued stability and prosperity as a special administrative region of the People's Republic of China. Matt?
Have you made those concerns clear to the Chinese directly?
I'll have to check on whether we've directly conveyed those concerns to them. I'll take that.
Okay, thanks. I don't have anything really that rises to the level of
Sure.
opening the briefing, so I'll defer.
Okay, great.
I do have a couple of small things.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Go ahead.
On Raqqa, so Brett McGurk said that the initial phase of the Raqqa campaign began while the goal there is the same as in Mosul, as it is in Mosul, and that is to kick out ISIL. How different do you expect it to be from Mosul, the fight for Raqqa?
There was the announcement I think you're referring to. I know Brett also amplified it or spoke about it yesterday in a press avail he did in Jordan. But there was the announcement yesterday by the Syrian Democratic Forces that they've begun operations towards the eventual liberation of Raqqa. For our part, we're going to continue to carry out precision strikes to increase pressure on ISIL, restrict their freedom of movement, attack their command and control, as well as their ability to operate at all as the SDF forces advance on Raqqa. I think just to answer your question, your specific question about the differences between Mosul and Raqqa, I mean, look, they're both phased operations. Both require a great deal of coordination. I think yesterday's announcement was sort of the first phase, which is to isolate Raqqa. And that's what the SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces, are set out to do. But again, as we've talked about with Mosul, it's going to take a while. Nobody's expecting an immediate liberation or victory here.
Well, in Mosul, the U.S. supports Iraqi government forces. The situation in Syria is very different. How does that make the fight for Raqqa different from Mosul?
Well, again, as we've done in the past in parts of northern Syria, where these Syrian Democratic Forces have taken on and liberated territory from Daesh, we have carried out supporting airstrikes, and we're going to continue to do that with regard to Raqqa. And this is something we've done in close coordination, obviously, with our other partners, as well as, or specifically with respect to Turkey.
How do you envision Raqqa the day after it is liberated from ISIL? Under whose control do you envision it to be? Are there any arrangements in place?
Well, sure. I think that a couple of points to make on that. I mean, obviously, we're working with the SDF as the partner force on the ground. They've been highly effective in taking on Daesh and other parts of Syria and liberating area from Daesh. We also believe that some of these local forces, or the inclusion of fighters from local population, rather, is frankly a pretty important advantage. But as we liberate, or as they liberate territory, one of the things we've talked about is the need for local governance to resume as quickly as possible and to reestablish local governance. That's been something we've done elsewhere in Syria, in northern Syria, specifically with Manbij and other areas liberated. But getting local governance, local population back to restore basic necessities.
Yeah, SDF is a predominantly Kurdish force. Do you expect them to leave after they liberate Raqqa?
Well, again, I would say that so the SDF is, there are Kurdish fighters among them. Some of them also are Arab, and many are from the area around Raqqa. Again, I think what I'll say to that is we're working closely and coordinating closely with members of the SDF and working with our partners, including Turkey, about how that, how the liberation, just to finish my thought, how the liberation takes place, how we get local governance reestablished after the liberation. Our expectation, as has been elsewhere, is that outside forces would then withdraw. Please.
This is also Raqqa?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Up to you. Take your turn.
The SDF has said that their participation in, their leading involvement in the Raqqa offensive is contingent on Turkey not attacking them in Manbij and elsewhere. And they say that they've made it clear to the U.S. that that's the case. And is there any understanding about that Turkey will not be attacking the SDF while it's liberating, while it's involved in the Raqqa operation?
I'm sorry, you're asking me specifically whether. Go ahead, ask me the question.
The SDF has said, and I can quote them.
Yeah.
Okay, that they cannot be involved in the liberation of Raqqa or the isolation of Raqqa if Turkey attacks them elsewhere. Quote, "We cannot extinguish the fire in our neighbor's house if our home is burning. We were very clear with our allies," presumably the U.S. "If there is a plan to attack Daesh, there must be limits for Turkey." That they will not participate, they will not continue this offensive on Raqqa if they are attacked by Turkey. Has the United States sort of dealt with that? Is there some understanding that Turkey will not be attacking them during this offensive?
Well, what we have worked with and continue to coordinate with Turkey on is how we continue to keep pressure on what is the common enemy here, which is Daesh. We've called on all sides in this conflict to focus on that, whether it's the YPG, whether it's other Syrian, Arab, or Kurdish forces, and whether it's Turkey. The main enemy here is Daesh. What we're trying to do here is liberate territory that Daesh holds in Syria. so that coordination continues. What we've also talked about with respect to the YPG, where it is located or where it liberated Manbij, is that they have to live up to their commitment to move back east of the Euphrates. And we've talked about this before. The Department of Defense has talked about this before. We believe that they have made effort to live up to that commitment. But again, this is about working together in a coordinated fashion, including Turkey, including other partners on the ground in northern Syria, to remain focused on destroying Daesh.
Of course, it's far from clear that that Erdogan views Daesh as the biggest enemy, and rather than the Kurds.
Well, again, we're aware, and I think we've talked about it at length from this podium, of course, that we're aware of Turkey's concerns regarding YPG. We've talked at length about how we believe that while the PKK is a foreign terrorist organization, we don't necessarily draw that same conclusion about the YPG, that they're a very effective local fighting force in northern Syria. But as I said, we have asked that they live up to the commitments they've made with regard to moving east or remaining east of the Euphrates. Again, this is a complicated battleground, a complicated climate. We recognize that. That's why we're working so closely with Turkey, with other forces on the ground there, to try to remain coordinated and to try to remain focused.
What does that mean? You don't necessarily draw the conclusion about the YPG? You don't draw the conclusion?
I don't, sorry. I didn't
Why
mean
would
to
you put the
throw in
word necessarily in there?
I was trying to be
I mean, is
embellish
it-
it. We do not associate the YPG. What we have made clear about the YPG is that they are, among others, local forces who are combating very effectively Daesh in northern Syria. PKK is another matter.
So, right, but by saying
I
you
didn't
don't
mean to-
necessarily draw, but I mean, that sounds like it could be, you're trying to, give the Turks something here.
If I gave that impression, then what I will say, and I said such, we're aware that Turkey has a different perception of this. Please.
Can I just follow up? You said that as we establish local governance, are you in effect dividing Syria? Is that taken away from Syrian sovereignty in any way?
No, not at all. We've
What
talked
does
about
that
this
mean?
as well. We don't want to see any kind of ad hoc federalism or federalist system arise. We don't want to see semi-autonomous zones. The reality is, though, as territory is liberated from Daesh, you've got to get some kind of governance back into these areas. But by no means are we condoning or any kind of, as I said, ad hoc semi-autonomous
So
areas in northern Syria. Ultimately, we want to see a sovereign, intact Syria. But that's part of a broader effort to get a political process and political negotiations underway.
So just to be clear, you still recognize Syrian sovereignty as you always have?
Yes.
The same thing?
Yep.
Okay. Now, on Raqqa, would there be, the Russians and the Syrians and all the statements that are coming out say that at one point you must coordinate with them, or you should coordinate with them on the liberation of Raqqa, but you are completely resistant to that, correct?
Coordinating
You
with
coordinate, will you at one point, let me rephrase the question, will you at any point coordinate with the Syrian government or Syrian government forces or the Russians in the process of liberating Raqqa?
Saeed, it's a fair question. As you are painfully aware, as is everyone in this room, we had an agreement in place from September 9th from Geneva, where we could have, had it been achieved, had it been successfully implemented, been in a place where we would have coordinated with Russia on going after Nusra and possibly ISIL in Syria. We didn't get there. So at this point, no, there's no coordination, there's no plan to coordinate with either the regime or Russia in going after Daesh. Now, going back to your previous question, which is, what's the long-range goal here? Of course, we're still working in a multilateral setting, trying to work to get to a cessation of hostilities where we can get political negotiations back up and running in Geneva, and that we and hopefully achieve a political transition, and then achieve a goal which is a secular, sovereign Syria that's intact.
I have an Aleppo question.
Yep.
Okay. On the issue of Aleppo, there was much talk that maybe in the next couple of days, maybe through, while the country is busy with the elections and so on, we might see a Russian advance on eastern Aleppo, or Russian-Syrian coordinated advance on eastern Aleppo. Are you aware of anything like this, or do you have any comment on such a thing if it happens?
No, I mean, what we've seen, and you've obviously seen the news reports as well, that actually Russia has extended its self-proclaimed ceasefire in Aleppo. Of course, we welcome any pause in the fighting there and any end to the violence, even temporary. But I've seen no indications that there's any intent to make some kind of drive for Aleppo. Honestly, that's a question you'll have to ask the Russians or the regime. Please.
The Philippines?
Mosul, can I ask one
Let's
more
finish
on
this here. I
Mosul?
apologize.
Thanks. Just one more on Mosul. I know the U.S. does not support Shiite PMF in the battle for Mosul, that these forces are fighting parallel to the forces that the U.S. supports. Is that correct? Or are they with the Iraqi security forces?
Well, what we've said all along is that regardless of these local forces, it's important that they operate under Iraqi command and control.
But the Shia PMF is not under. Do I understand it correctly? I understand that the U.S. does not support Shia militias, right? The Shia PMF. Is that correct?
My understanding, again, is when we're dealing with these popular mobilization forces on the ground, they have to be under the Iraqi command and control. We're also aware of possible tensions that some of these forces may bring, and that's part of the reason why we ask that they be under the command and control of the Iraqi government. This is something that the Prime Minister, obviously, of Iraq is very aware of as well in dealing with possible tensions or human rights, allegations of human rights abuses.
Anyway, I just wanted to, there are reports that Shia militias are cracking down on Sunni civilians near Mosul. These are reports in social media. We could not independently verify them. Nevertheless, are you worried that in Mosul we could see a new front in the broader Sunni-Shia conflict? What does the U.S. do to prevent that?
Well, again, I think what we do is what we've been doing. Let's be very clear again that this is an Iraqi-led operation under Iraqi government command and control. They're very much aware of the need to investigate and monitor any allegations, as I said, of any kind of human rights abuses by some of these local militias. They're tracking it very closely. Prime Minister and the government have taken efforts to investigate some of these allegations. And again, it's something that I think that's important to stress, that we take any kind of allegations very seriously, and we're very much aware of the destabilizing effect that some of these tensions could have.
Say, Maria, could you give us a readout on Brett McGurk's meetings with Kurdish and Iraqi leaders, as well as his meetings in Jordan?
I can read out his meetings in Jordan. What was the other?
The Kurdish and Iraqi leaders he met with on the same trip.
I think it's the same trip. I think you're confusing.
He was.
I think he was there a couple weeks ago.
No, he was just there and met with Kurds. He was in Erbil.
He was in Amman on Saturday, and he did actually have a series of meetings with senior Jordanian officials, and that included, obviously, His Majesty King Abdullah, Foreign Minister Judah, as well as other members of the Jordan's national security team. But he was not. I think it was a couple weeks ago that he was last in.
I thought he was just in Erbil and he met President Barzani and Prime Minister Abadi.
I think that was maybe a week or two ago, and I think we read those out. I apologize.
Then I apologize if I am mistaken.
Philippines.
So President Duterte is quoted today as saying that he's going to cancel the Philippines' planned purchase of 26,000 rifles from the United States, and that he is going to tell the police to scrap that order. Any comment on that? And have you received any formal notification that they don't wish to buy those guns?
Yeah, so you're not going to like my answer because we're restricted under, as you probably know, under federal regulations from commenting on the status of any commercial export license approvals of proposed commercial defense sales. So all I can really say is that we are committed to working closely with members of Congress to continue to deliver security assistance to our allies and partners worldwide. With regard to President Duterte's comments, I'd have to refer you to him or his spokesperson to respond.
Can I follow up on this?
Please.
In a sense, I'm not asking specifically about the license.
Okay.
I'm just asking if they've communicated to you a decision not to buy the guns, regardless of the rifles, regardless of where the license is or isn't.
My understanding with regards to them notifying us, we've not received any notification. If that's wrong, I'll let you know.
On the cancellation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Philippines,
Yes.
the President Duterte apparently has also said flatly that two bilateral exercises with the United States that have occurred in the South China Sea will be canceled. Has there been any official notification of that or any communication?
No, nothing yet. We've not received anything officially. Obviously, we'll also be seeking clarification directly from the president or president's office on what he meant. But of course, we'll also continue to consult, as we've said many times, at every level with our Filipino partners with regards to our ongoing cooperation.
Maybe the Middle East.
Yeah, sure.
Lebanon.
Lebanon.
The Iranian foreign ministers arrived today. Do you have any thoughts about that?
No, I mean,
None.
Matt, we talked about this at length on Friday.
Yeah, but then you said it was a hypothetical question because he hadn't gotten there yet, and maybe
Did
he
I?
wouldn't be the first.
Did I
Well,
say
kind
that?
of. You suggested that he wasn't there, and you didn't want to talk about it.
I think I said that. No, I mean, look, Matt, I'm not trying to be.
Sure, you are.
No, but honestly, what
You
I
don't
thought
have
I
any
said, what I
concerns?
thought I said was that we're not going to necessarily look at this one visit in isolation as some kind of indication of how the new president and new government and new prime minister are going to conduct their government. Again, we're looking to them to form a new government. There's a great need, as we've all seen. It's a challenging political environment in Lebanon. We want to see stability return there, basic services be guaranteed. We've also been in very close contact with the secretary. Spoke with President last week, and Ambassador Richard on the ground attended both the vote in Parliament as well as met with the Prime Minister and the President in the past week as well. So I don't want to take this one visit in isolation and use it to make some sort of decision about where we see this government headed.
Okay, so but you're not concerned by it. That's the bottom line. You don't see the a Lebanese government that tilts towards Iran. You don't see as a problem.
No, I mean, we're aware. Obviously, we've acknowledged the fact that Hezbollah supported this government or Aoun, but we said we're not going to make any decisions other than what we see him and his new government conducting themselves.
On the same point, so
Yes.
broadly speaking, you're not concerned that Iran might have more influence in Lebanon at the expense of probably your good ally, Saudi Arabia, in Lebanon. Do you?
Again, I think, make the distinction between being aware, and that's what I just was trying to say, of that element, but not overly concerned. And again, I think what we're potentially pleased to see is some kind of stable governance return to Lebanon. Again, a place that has struggled, let's be honest, in the last year or so with providing basic services, basic security. So as much as they can restore that stability to Lebanon, we'd be happy.
Can I go to the south?
Afghanistan.
This will be quick. This will be very quick. Just
yeah.
on Israel, there's a
Yeah,
law.
sure.
There's a bill making its way through the Knesset right now that would bar supporters of BDS from entering Israel. Do you guys have any thoughts about that?
Yes, I think I do. Sorry. You're talking about the bill in the Knesset, right? Exactly. We've seen reports that there is a bill that would bar pro-BDS activists from entering Israel. Our strong opposition to boycotts and to sanctions of the state of Israel is unchanged and well known. And as a general principle, we believe that freedom of expression, peaceful freedom of expression, even in cases where we don't agree with the political views espoused. But this is ultimately something for the Israeli political system to deal with. But our own belief is that we don't believe that individuals or groups that want only to express their political views should be prohibited from doing so.
So, can you distill that into one simple sentence?
Yes.
Are you opposed to this legislation, and have you told the Israelis?
We strongly oppose boycotts and sanctions of the state of Israel. That said, we value freedom of expression, even in cases where we do not agree with the political views espoused. I'm not going to comment beyond that about the bill.
So wait a second. So you don't have a position on the bill?
I think you can read into my
I would
response.
really prefer. This is the problem. This is the problem that you guys have, not just with Israel, but with anything. You're trying to be coy about this. Why can't you just come out and say whether you think this bill is a good idea or a bad idea?
Because, look, I think I expressed what our guiding principle is with regard to this bill, but this is ultimately something that, the Knesset is going to have to wrestle with and decide on. What I said was, with regard to the basic premise of this, which is political activists want to enter a country to express their dissent on a given issue, or express their opinion on a given issue. What I said was, we generally believe that even if we don't agree with the opinion being expressed, that should be allowed to go forward.
So it would be inaccurate, are you saying, to say that you oppose this bill?
I'll leave that for you to interpret. I'm
Well,
not going to. No,
how
but
are
I'm not
people
going to.
supposed to figure
no, but
out
I'm
what
not going
exactly
to,
the
no, but I'm
administration
not going to,
thinks if you won't
but I'm
give a
not
straight
going to
answer?
opine. I mean, I'm not going to.
I'm not asking you to opine. I'm just asking you if you have a position on this bill or not. And it sounds like you do, but you won't say that you do or what it is. Do you think it is problematic or not for the Knesset if the Knesset were to pass this bill?
Well, again, that's the Knesset's decision to make whether it's a problematic issue or not. All I'm saying is we come down on the side of political dissent, peacefully expressed, should be allowed.
Oh, okay. So do you also agree, though, that a country has the
pretty
right
concise sentence.
to decide who gets to come in and
Ultimately, yes, but I mean, but our opinion is that generally democracy should allow peaceful political dissent.
even if the political dissent is something that
Is disagreeable.
the country thinks
Yes.
is designed
Yes.
to destroy it.
Well,
I mean, I think
that's what I think it says,
Okay.
even in cases where we don't agree with the political views expressed, people should
But
be
then
allowed
that
to peacefully express them.
Then that suggests that this country doesn't have the right to decide who gets to come into it? No?
Wait, now you've got me totally confused now. That this country, that our country doesn't have the right to?
No,
Sorry.
the country in question, Israel. Do they or do they not have the right to decide who gets to come into their country?
Ultimately, obviously, it is there. That's why I said I'm not going to weigh in on what the Knesset is
Clearly.
deciding. All I'm saying
You're
is
just
that we
confused-
believe
you're just
that,
confusing the matter.
Why? I mean, why the extreme anxiety or delicacy here about this? I mean, the Prime Minister of Israel came to the United States and very forthrightly, in an address before Congress, blowtorched this administration's plans to reach a nuclear agreement with Iran. I mean, he wasn't particularly shy about saying what he thought about that, the prospect of such a deal being reached. Why is it so hard for the United States to say what it thinks the Parliament of Israel, the Knesset, should do in this circumstance?
well, again, I think that I'm not trying to be coy or dance around it, but I think that it's all I can do in speaking about another country's political system as it grapples with whatever issue is give what our policy would be or what our guiding principle would be. We believe in peaceful political dissent. We don't believe that should be litigated in any way, even if that involves not allowing people who express certain political viewpoints from not entering your country.
Did you mean litigated or mitigated? Maybe I misheard.
Litigated.
Okay.
Mark, I just want to follow up on the boycott issue. You may oppose boycott and sanctions and so on of Israel, but you agree that this is actually a nonviolent, peaceful effort on part of those who are opposing the Israeli
That's what I said,
occupation
and
of
that's
the
what
West
the
Bank.
point I was trying to
And-
make was saying that
right.
we support.
And in fact, when the Pacific Partnership Agreement was signed, the president made sure that it was clear that you don't oppose boycotting products that were made in the settlements, correct?
Right.
Okay. I have one more question on the Palestinian Israelis.
Wait,
You're getting led down an odd
I
path.
said we do not
here.
support. What are you asking me?
I'm saying
This is,
to
guys,
you-
why are we belaboring this?
No,
I
we're
think I
not
spoke
belaboring
clearly
because we
about.
want-
No,
there's
Saeed, my turn now. I think I spoke clearly about as much as I'm going to go about a specific bill that's in the Knesset now, without influencing what is their democratic process. I provided our opinion of it. You know where we stand with regard to boycotts. I don't need to relitigate that with you, okay?
We're not relitigating. I'm asking you, just to clarify what Matt has been asking.
Yes.
Okay? Do you feel that such a bill introduced in the Knesset would compromise freedom of expression as clearly as possible?
I'll say what I just said, which is that we don't believe that freedom of expression should be disallowed, even if you don't, or just because you don't agree with the views expressed. And I'm going to leave it there, guys.
I have one more question on the Palestinian-Israeli issue. An Israeli court sentenced a 14-year-old boy to 12 years in prison. He was arrested. When he was arrested, he was like 13 years old and so on. Do you feel that this is a severe sentence? They accuse him of attacking or trying to attack with knives a settlement back in 2015, in October 2015.
Well, I mean,
I wonder if
you know,
you saw
we
these
condemn
reports.
acts of terrorism and violence. But we also believe that minors, especially, should be treated humanely and have their basic human rights respected and upheld. These are issues that we mention all the time in our annual human rights report. We have raised this with the government of Israel as well.
In this particular case, the minors' rights were not respected, were they?
I'm not going to get into this specific case. I'm just stating what our guiding principles are.
Did you raise this specific sentence with the government of Israel, or just
No,
the
we've
general
raised
issue
just
of
the
minors?
idea that especially minors, but all individuals should, when in the justice system, should have their basic, should be treated humanely and have their basic human rights upheld. Yeah. Please.
Afghanistan, please. As you know, a journalist who work with our company, Ariana Television Network, in Helmand province, he has been killed last week. Any comment about it?
Well, we've obviously heard those reports, seen those reports. This is an Ariana News journalist, Namatullah Zahir, was killed in a roadside bomb, I believe on last Friday. Obviously, we strongly condemn the targeting of media professionals and journalists in Afghanistan. We offer our condolences to his family, his friends, and certainly his colleagues at Ariana News. Obviously, freedom of the press is something we hold dear. It's a cornerstone to any democracy. And we're confident that the vibrant media environment and landscape that has developed in Afghanistan over the past 14 years will only endure and grow stronger.
Can I ask a question about the 3 Americans killed in Jordan?
Sure.
Do you
I
have
don't have
any
much
more?
more
Do you have any more
detail.
information on the circumstances under which they were killed?
I don't. I believe DOD spoke to that last week when it happened. I think they talked about, I would just refer you to their statement. And I know the investigation is still underway, so I don't have any conclusions. Okay?
I have one more.
Yeah, sure.
On Honduras.
Oh, yes.
I'm presuming that you have some kind of view on the president saying that he's going to run for another term, despite the fact that it's specifically banned by the Constitution.
Matt, I do. It's up to the Honduran people to determine their political future through their democratic institutions and processes. I think that in general, rules of the democratic process, such as term limits, should not be modified for the immediate benefit of the incumbent. Is that direct enough for you?
Well, I mean, if I'm in Honduras, I actually know where you stand. As if I'm in Israel, I'm not sure I do at all. So does that
selectively
mean,
direct.
Does that mean that you have told the Hondurans that the government that you think that either changing the Constitution or just ignoring
You're
it?
asking if we've conveyed our concerns to
Yes.
them. Well, I just did, but.
No, I know, but
no, I'll check and see if we've conveyed.
Telling
that.
me is
Yeah, I know.
telling everyone here is slightly
CAB,
different. than-
man, come on.
I don't have a direct line to Goosey.
I'll check and see if we've
You
direct,
may.
if we
or
directly
you do.
conveyed that to them.
So, and then Nicaragua.
Nicaragua,
Did you have anything
sorry.
to say about President Ortega's reelection? Was there a
No,
statement?
I
on
put
it?
out a statement. Yeah, that's
Sorry.
okay. Hey,
Hold on.
everybody,
Never mind.
have a happy election day. Get out and vote.
All right, folks. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. That was just State Department wrapping up there. We are one day away from Election Day, and we have a lot more rallies for you later on the Fox 10 News Now stream, including coming up next is Donald Trump. He'll be up in about 15 minutes. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. He's going to be in Raleigh, North Carolina for his next stop, the second of 5 states he's headed to. He wrapped up in Sarasota, Florida earlier this morning. Going to be going to Raleigh, North Carolina, then Scranton, Pennsylvania, Manchester, New Hampshire, and then having a late rally, his latest rally to date, an 11 p.m. Grand Rapids, Michigan, his final rally before Election Day 2016. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and we do have all right, folks, and we do have that coming up for you. This is Raleigh, North Carolina, where we are waiting for Donald Trump to hit the stage. Do we have some campaign 2016 news for you as we do wait for Donald Trump to hit that stage? Wisconsin has set a new early voting record. Nearly 800,000 people have voted early in Wisconsin, setting a new record Election officials said that as of this morning, 797,000 people had returned absentee ballots, breaking the 2012 record of 664,000. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Donald Trump getting ready to take the stage in Raleigh, North Carolina. Earlier today, Hillary Clinton held a rally in Pittsburgh less than 24 hours out from Election Day and is drawing a stark contrast between her and Donald Trump. She said, "The election is between division and unity, between steady leadership and a loose cannon," she told the crowd. Trump earlier in Sarasota, Florida says it's time for us to fight for America. "We're going to win Minnesota," he said, before saying he's doing well in Ohio, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Iowa, and that women are going to turn out big for Trump. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and thanks to everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We are just a day away from Election Day 2016. We are waiting for a Donald Trump rally in Raleigh, North Carolina. This is a big day for him as he just wrapped up in Sarasota, Florida. After North Carolina, he's headed to Scranton, Pennsylvania, then on to Manchester, New Hampshire, and then finishing up for his final rally of this campaign in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He's going to have an 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time rally there. His latest rally goes right into the evening hours and into the early morning, probably, depending on when that actually does get going. I do have some Campaign 2016 latest news for you, for all those that are just joining us here on Facebook Live. It looks like we have somebody coming out to the stage right now. Could it be already Donald Trump? There he is.
Who gave that right is amazing. What a great place. Thank you very much. So we have thousands of people outside trying to get in, but we should start. Do we agree? We should start. So they'll come in. They'll come in. First of all, I want to thank you. Special, special place. It's a special place with incredible people. In one day, do you believe this? One day, we are going to win the great state of North Carolina. And we are going to win back the White House. This election will decide whether we are ruled by a corrupt political class. You're seeing what's happening. Everybody's watching. Or whether we are ruled by the people. We're going to be ruled by the people, folks. That is going to be the choice. Our failed political establishment has delivered nothing but poverty, nothing but problems, nothing but losses. Nothing but losses. We don't win anymore as a country. We're going to start winning again. They get rich by making America poor in many cases. It's time to reject a media and political elite that has bled our country dry. And these are among the most dishonest people. They don't give you the truth, folks. They don't give you the truth. They rarely give you the truth. You know it, and they know it. That's the scary part. They know it. It's time to fight for America. I'm not a politician, I can say proudly. My only special interest is you. It's you. We're going to bring back the jobs that have been stolen from you. We're going to bring back the wealth that has been taken from our country. We're going to bring back the miners and the factory workers and the steel workers. We're going to put them back to work. The economic policies of Bill and Hillary Clinton have destroyed manufacturing in your state and throughout the entire country. The corrupt Clintons gave us NAFTA, China's too horrible entry into the World Trade Organization, one of the disasters. The job-killing deal with South Korea, that was a Hillary Clinton beauty, and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which will be a total disaster. That Hillary Clinton said, this is the gold standard. And you know, it is the gold. She lied. She lied during the debate. She said, hey, by the way, who won the debate? Did we win that debate? But she lied during the debate. She lied during the debate. She said it's the gold standard, and then she said she never said it. Don't worry about coal. We're bringing back coal, sir. He's holding up. Trump loves clean coal. Clean coal. Right? We're going to do clean coal. The miners are going to be back. Not if Hillary Clinton gets in. The miners, I guess you got to start thinking about something else. But the miners are going to be back. Clean coal. Clean coal. You know, thinking about it, though, also, people, the press doesn't talk about it. Donna Brazile gets the questions to a debate, but then it turns out to be a number of debates. Who cares about Donna Brazile? She's turned out to be not what people thought. She gets, illegally, she gets the questions to the debate. She then takes those questions and gives them to crooked Hillary Clinton. Now, does crooked Hillary report it? Does she say, I shouldn't have these questions or these answers? I think they gave them the answers also, right? No, she doesn't. He doesn't. I wonder if she had the questions in my debates. I don't think so. Because she didn't do that well. I don't think so. But the years of betrayal will end, and they will end, and they're going to end quickly. They're going to end as of the day we take office, which is going to be very, very soon. The theft of North Carolina jobs will end. You've taken it harder than most states. Real change begins with immediately repealing and replacing Obamacare. Sadly, it's just been announced that the residents of North Carolina are going to experience massive double-digit premium hikes. 95 of the 100 North Carolina counties will only have one insurer in the Obamacare exchange next year. Lots of luck negotiating. Honestly, it's not going to matter because we're going to win and we're going to terminate it. You're going to have such great health care for much less money. It won't matter. Premiums are surging, companies are leaving, insurers are fleeing, doctors are quitting. By the way, doctors, they're leaving, they're quitting. I have a friend who's a doctor. He said, I have more accountants than I have nurses. It's so complicated. And deductibles are going through the roof. Yet Hillary Clinton wants to double down and expand Obamacare and make it even more expensive. I'm asking for your vote so we can repeal and replace Obamacare and save health care for every family in North Carolina. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. People are pouring in, folks. They're pouring in. Did you see last night in Michigan the crowd we had? And the crowd we had, well, by the way, how about 24,000, maybe 25,000 right next to Fort Bragg? You saw that the other night? And we went to Minnesota. Minnesota's been treated very, very badly. We went to Minnesota where we're doing very well. Everyone said, why Minnesota? That doesn't go Republican. It's going Republican this year, I tell you. Minnesota, great place. And you know, you've been watching and you've been seeing, and these people are being driven crazy, the dishonest media. We're winning Ohio. We're winning Iowa. We're winning, we think, New Hampshire. We're going to do great in New Hampshire. I hear we're winning North Carolina big. I hear. We're winning Florida. Winning Florida, doing really well. Headlines today on Drudge, how well we're doing in Florida. And I think we're going to win the great state of Pennsylvania. I do. And we're winning plenty of other places. So we have to go. The big key, you have to go. You know, we're in a rigged system, folks. We're in a rigged system. You got to go. You got to vote. Got to make sure that vote gets registered in there. Real change also means restoring honesty to our government. Thank you. Wow. Great, great spirit. I have a job right next to, we have a beautiful, beautiful property right near Charlotte. Do you know about it, folks? It's great, right? Some of the people, but it's an amazing place. It's an amazing place to work and to live, and we love it. Hillary Clinton is the most corrupt person ever to seek the office of the presidency of the United States. She threatened national security. She sold her office to the highest bidder. And then to cover her tracks, she deleted 33,000 emails after receiving a congressional subpoena, and nothing happens to her. Nothing happens. She's being protected by a totally rigged system, folks. She's being protected. You know, James Cartwright, General James Cartwright, current general, 4-star general, 2 weeks ago, probably going to jail for up to 5 years for doing nothing by comparison. In fact, he said he did it for national security reasons, and I can understand that. Going to jail for up to 5 years. General Petraeus, his life was destroyed. And here she is, she's running for president. She's done 25 times worse than anybody's ever dreamt. It's a rigged system. It is a rigged system. Don't worry, folks. The cameras will never spin around and show this crowd. They never do. They show my face and the two people behind me, not the thousands behind me. They never do. They never do. So dishonest. There they are. There they are, my group. Women for Trump. Women for Trump. Good. They've been following me, these ladies, for a long time. How are we doing? Are we doing well? Great people. Women for Trump. And now it's up to the American people to deliver the justice that we deserve at the ballot box tomorrow. At the ballot box. We're going to win. I think it's a great way of showing what we have to show in light of what's going on with justice in this country. I really do. I think it's a great way. You show it tomorrow. You show it tomorrow. My contract with the American voter begins with a plan to end government corruption and to take our country back from the special interests. And folks, I was on the other side for a long time. It's a very good place to be. But I love the country. I love this country. I've really gotten to love the people of this country because I have been everywhere. We have the greatest people on earth. But I love this country, and I couldn't watch any when they make the Iran deal. They give them $150 billion, a terrorist state. A state that was ready to collapse until we made them rich and powerful. We gave them a path to nuclear weapons. They were ready to collapse. We gave them, remember, $400 billion, right? We gave them $400 million. Then we found out that was wrong. It wasn't $400 million. It was $1.7 billion in cash. In cash. Do you know what $1.7 billion in cash is? You could take that whole side of the arena, you wouldn't have enough room. How stupid are we to allow this to happen? Our leaders are incompetent. President Obama is campaigning today with Hillary Clinton because she can't campaign. She can't campaign. So Obama is taking Air Force One, which costs a fortune. You know, he's very much into the environment, and you'll take a massive old engine 747, very much into the environment, very much into the ozone layer, and yet he'll fly that 747 all over the place to campaign for crooked Hillary. And I don't think it's going to work. And she's not getting any crowds, so she gets Beyonce and Jay-Z. I like them. I like them. And you know what they do? I get bigger crowds than they do. It's true. I get far bigger crowds. Look at this place. I mean, look at the crowds we had in Michigan. By the way, Michigan is in play. You know, it hasn't been in play for Republicans for 30-something years. Michigan's in play because they're tired of watching their car factories be taken out. They're tired of losing their jobs to Mexico. Ford right now moved all of its small car production to Mexico. They're building the biggest plants in the world in Mexico. And Michigan's going to vote for Trump because I've been complaining about it for 5 years to Michigan. No, we're going to have some. Tomorrow's going to be a very historic day. I really believe that. I think it's going to show. I think it's going to be a Brexit plus, plus, plus. Does that make sense? Plus, plus, plus. Going to be amazing. Going to be amazing. I want the entire corrupt Washington establishment to hear the words we were all about to say. This is a phrase I told you. I didn't like it. I thought it was hokey. But it's not hokey. It's called drain the swamp. We're going to go to Washington. We're going to drain the swamp. Can't believe it. I told the story. I hated that expression. I said, no way I'm going to say that. No way. That's so hokey. And I said the place went crazy. Then I said it to another place. It went crazier. Then I said it with more confidence because, you know, confidence is, and it went wild. Now I love the expression. I think it was genius. Drain the swamp. Drain the swamp. Is there any place better to be than a Trump rally? Are we having fun? Are we having fun? No. And I don't have a guitar, and I don't have a piano. All we have is great concepts for our country, which is the most important thing. Because frankly, when people get on stage, and they're entertainers, and they entertain in order to get people to fill up a room for Hillary Clinton, and by the way, they used the dirtiest language the other night. Many of the people left. You know, they're political people. They heard words they've never heard before. They left. So the place was half empty by the time, actually, it never got full, even with them. Then it was pretty much empty midway through. And then most of the people just left. And when Hillary got up, there was practically, she might as well just have started with a few people. It would have been easier. But you know, she hears those words. I won't use the words. I won't even address the words, because if I do, the crooked media will say, "Did you hear what Donald Trump said today?" But honestly, yeah. Those words were disgusting. If I ever said those words that Jay-Z said or that Beyonce said the other night, you know what would happen to me? The reinstitution of the electric chair. It would be, how about if I got the answers to the debate? Or if I got the questions? Supposing instead of Hillary getting the questions to the debate, which is cheating, she's a cheat. She is a cheat. She never reported it. She's a cheat. So supposing instead of her, supposing somebody gave Donald Trump the questions to the debate. Headlines all over the world, he must withdraw from the race. You don't even hear anything about crooked Hillary. She got the questions. To me, that's such a big deal. Some people say, my people, oh, don't mention that. It's just, I said, to me, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. But it's not a big deal for the dishonest media, see. They don't want to report it. But just think about it. Supposing it was us. At the core of my contract is my plan to bring back our jobs, bring them back to America. And by the way, you have a great governor. Support your governor. He's a great guy. Where is he? He's here someplace. He is a great guy, and he's in a tough fight, and he's going to win that fight, but he's a great guy. So hopefully you'll support your governor. North Carolina has lost nearly half of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA, a deal signed by Bill Clinton and his lovely wife, Hillary. Now think of it. Think of it. Think of the numbers of jobs. Here's the one that gets me the most. Two things get me the most. Two things that just don't seem real. Because we're going to take care of our veterans, right? Like big league, because our veterans are great. But two statistics I can't believe. 22 suicides a day for our veterans. Think of it. You wouldn't think that's possible because they're treated so badly. They wait online for 6, 7, 8 days for a simple procedure that could solve their problem or for a prescription. But two numbers, I don't think, it just doesn't make sense. 22 suicides a day for our veterans, okay? Doesn't make sense. And here's another one. America has lost 70,000 factories. Now, I thought they meant 700 or 7,000 maybe. It's 70,000 factories since China entered the World Trade Organization, another Bill and Hillary Clinton-backed disaster. Think of it, though. Think of what 70,000 factories is. So those are the two numbers. They just don't seem to be real. Sad numbers, especially the vets, to be honest with you. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of our world. There's never been anything happen to a country like has been happening to the United States. Our jobs are fleeing. Our companies are being taken and leaving. A Trump administration will stop the jobs from leaving America, and we will stop the jobs from leaving North Carolina. Believe me. If a company wants to fire their workers and leave, as an example, North Carolina, and move to another country, and then ship their products back into the United States through what will be a very strong border, by the way, we will make them pay a 35% tax on every product that they ship back in. And here's what's going to happen. They're not going to leave. They're not going to leave. Now, your politicians, some of them don't understand it. And the one...
Alright guys, we're working to get that audio issue fixed. Stand by.
Love that sign. Now it was all over the place. Where, yeah, nurses for Trump. I like that. But no, I saw it outside. We're going to stand up to China. We're going to stop the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership. You know, look, as part of our plan, the taxes were the highest taxed country in the world. We're going to be among the lower. As part of our plan to bring back our jobs, we are going to lower taxes on American businesses from 35% to 15%. It's going to be a big engine. We will massively cut taxes for the middle class. And by the way, Hillary Clinton wants to raise your taxes, and you know that, substantially. So with the highest tax in the world, she wants to raise your taxes. Same old story. We will unleash the power of American energy, including shale, oil, natural gas, and clean coal. Our plan will end the EPA intrusion into your family farms and stop double taxation of a family farm at death. We will cancel billions in global warming payments to the United Nations, billions and billions of dollars, and we have no idea what they do with that money. I actually have a pretty good idea. You're not going to like it. And use that money. We're going to use that money to rebuild the infrastructure of our country. And we will rebuild our inner cities. The African American community, the Hispanic community, have had such lies told to them. They live, many people living in the inner cities of our country, they're getting worse and worse. The crime is unbelievable. You can't walk to the store and get a loaf of bread. Often you get shot. Chicago, thousands and thousands of shootings since January 1st. You read it. The murder rate in the United States is the highest it's been in 45 years. The dishonest media doesn't tell you that stuff because they want you to like Obama. They want you to think Obama's doing a good job, and he's not. And he's not. And he's not. So you live in the inner cities. You're African American, you're Hispanic. The schools are no good. There are no jobs, and it's totally unsafe. And I say, I will fix it. What the hell do you have to lose? I'm going to fix it. We are all going to fix it. We're going to fix it. We're going to bring back jobs. We're going to bring back safety. And we're going to get really good education going. There's tremendous potential, folks, in the inner cities. Believe me, tremendous potential. We will become a rich nation again. But to be a rich nation, we must also be a safe nation. Hillary Clinton wants a 550% increase in Syrian refugees flowing into our country. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Her plan will import generations of terrorism, extremism, and radicalism into your schools and throughout your communities. And you don't even know where they're going. Your government doesn't even know where they're going. When I'm elected president, we will suspend the Syrian refugee program, and we will keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. Have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. But we're going to work because we all have hearts, and it's a big problem. Caused to a large extent by Obama and Hillary Clinton, the migration. Caused to a large extent. ISIS was caused by them. They left a big vacuum. There was no ISIS when she first served as secretary. There was no ISIS. She created it. Now she stands at the debate. I will fight ISIS. She's got no chance. She's going to fight nobody. She wants to go home and go to sleep. Unbelievable. She's going to fight ISIS. So we're going to build. We are going to build safe havens. We're going to have the Gulf states who have nothing but money. They're going to pay for it. We have $20 trillion in debt. If it's okay, I'm not going to spend that because we have $20 trillion in debt. And we still have to rebuild our country. You know, it's one thing like when you buy a company and it's got some debt. We have $20 trillion in debt. But the country's a mess. The roads are bad, the bridges are bad, the schools are bad, the hospitals are bad, the tunnels are bad. Everything's bad. The military needs massive amounts of money. So we have all this horrible debt. It's one thing if we had it and everything's in tippy-top shape. I like to say, you know, I like to have properties tippy-top. I want them tippy-top. But we have them and they're a mess. And yet we have 20 trillion, which is far too much. So we're going to get it down and we're going to rebuild our industries. We're going to do it. We have so many things we're going to be doing. We're going to be a rich nation again. A Trump administration will also secure and defend the borders of the United States. And yes, we will build a great wall and Mexico will pay for the wall 100%. 100%. Mexico will pay. If you look at the incredible deficits we have with Mexico, it's just unbelievable. What we have, the cost of that wall is peanuts compared to the numbers you're talking about on trade with Mexico. And the numbers with China, trade deficit, I mean, we will have a trade deficit with China of close to $500 billion. We are going to lose trade of $800 billion. What are we doing? You really ask, who are negotiating these deals? Where do these people come? You know where they come from? They're political hacks. They're political hacks. You're dealing with the smartest people in the world. You have Chinese people, you have from Japan, you have from... They put their smartest and the best. We put political hacks that don't know what they're doing. So we have the greatest negotiators. We don't use them. We don't use them. We use political. We're going to get it straightened out, folks. Starting tomorrow, go vote. Go vote. Right? My women, Hillary supports totally open borders, there goes your country, and strongly supports sanctuary cities like San Francisco, where Kate Steinle was murdered violently by an illegal immigrant, deported at least 5 times. We will cancel all federal funding to sanctuary cities. We will stop illegal immigration, deport all criminal aliens, and dismantle every last criminal gang and cartel threatening our citizens. We will also repeal the Obama-Clinton defense sequester and rebuild our badly depleted military. There have been few times in our history where we've needed it more. Few times. North Carolina will be at the very center of this effort, with brand new advanced fighters flying from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful new fighters from Seymour Johnson. And we're going to have more battalions. You know, the Marines are way, way off in terms of numbers. You know that. I don't know, has there ever been? Yes, there have been. But rarely do we have times where we need this strong presence like now. The world hates us. The world hates us. So we're going to increase, thank you. We're going to increase Marine battalions at Camp Lejeune. I've been to Camp Lejeune. I love Camp Lejeune. And make major new investments. Where I was the other night, right next to it, I guess like 25 or 27,000 people at Fort Bragg. Great people. Tell you, those soldiers are tough. A couple of them shook my hand. It was like, oh, whoa, take it easy, fellas. They are tough cookies. They are strong. They don't know how strong they are. These are great people. And new military technologies will be researched and developed right here at the Research Triangle, right here. I'm honored to have the endorsements of more than 200 top admirals and generals and 22 Medal of Honor recipients. And every day those numbers go up. Big league. Big league. And I asked some of the generals and admirals the other night by Fort Bragg. I asked them, I said, fellas, let me ask you a question. They want to take over Mosul. Am I getting something wrong? Whatever happened to the element of surprise, Fest? I'm talking to admirals now and generals. That's what they do. I do other things, but, you know, it's called like common sense. You got to say we've made a lot of right calls. I said, why is it that 4 months away from going into Mosul, they're announcing we are going into Mosul. We're going into Mosul because we want to get the leaders of ISIS and they're staying at Mosul. And then 3 months they're saying, we are going in 3 months to Mosul. And then we're going in 2 months. And every time I hear, I put my hands, I go like this, I don't want to hear this, please. And as you know, they've been met with tremendous resistance, much more than they would have been. And I guarantee you this, I can't say it with certainty, only about 99.9%, okay? Can't say 100, nothing's 100%. Even our victory isn't 100%, but it's starting to look pretty close, isn't it, huh? Those numbers. Oh, these guys are unhappy. Look at them. They're not happy. They are unhappy campers. Starting to look good. Starting to look good. But wouldn't it be nice if instead of announcing 4 months ago and 3 months ago, then they have 2 weeks ago, they're going, next week, we're getting ready to raid. The leaders all left. They're gone. And the other people are putting up much more of a fight. Horrible. They're using human shields. It's a horrible situation. I mean, it's hell. It's hell. But why don't we just shut up, do the job, have a news conference next week, and say we had this wonderful victory. Wouldn't that be nice? Where is General Douglas MacArthur? Where is General George Patton? You know where they are. They're spinning in their grave right now. They're spinning in their grave when they watch what's going on. Hillary and our failed establishment have spent, listen to this, $6 trillion on wars in the Middle East that we never win. We just keep fighting and fighting. It's like a hose. The money just keeps pouring out. We never win. And now the Middle East is in worse shape by far than it's ever been. We have the Great Migration, the whole thing. They've dragged, thank you. I don't even want to look. I'll get myself. I don't want to look. They'll make it. I won't even say I love you too, because they're going to make it a major headline if I say that. World's most dishonest people. The world's really dishonest people. They dragged us into foreign wars that have made us less safe, shipped our jobs and wealth all over the world, and left our borders wide open at home. You ever notice? We send these incredible troops, so much death, so much injury, in order to create a border for a country that most people have never even heard of, and yet we don't protect our own borders. Isn't it an incredible thing? That will change starting tomorrow. Because from now on, it's going to be America first. America first. So just in summing up, to all Americans, I say it's time for real leadership and time for change. We have to have change. Can you imagine having Hillary for 4 years? Oh. I'm being serious about that. I wouldn't want to watch the news every night. I mean, look at what she's done with the emails as an example. I mean, did you ever see a mess like this? Did you ever see? Of course, the FBI, the director, was obviously under tremendous pressure. So they went through 650,000 emails in 8 days. Yeah, right. So sad what's going on. And she still deleted them after getting a subpoena from Congress. I mean, that's a crime. What happened? That's a crime. You don't even need the new stuff. She shouldn't be allowed to run. Shouldn't be allowed to run. Just think about what we can accomplish in the first 100 days of a Trump administration. We are going to have the biggest tax cut since Ronald Reagan. And Hillary is going to raise your taxes substantially. We're going to save and protect your Social Security and Medicare. And Hillary is going to cut your Social Security and really injure Medicare. That's what's going to happen. We will eliminate every unnecessary job-killing regulation. We'll cancel every illegal Obama executive order. By the way, a man that loves his state, it's his birthday today. Billy Graham, 98. The father of Franklin. Billy Graham, what a great one, right? 98 years old. He is a fantastic man. Franklin's a fantastic man, and it's so wonderful to have support of people like that. We're going to protect religious liberty. Rebuild our military and take care of our great veterans. We're going to take care of our veterans. We will provide school choice and put an end to Common Core. We move our education local. We will support the men and women. These are great people. The men and women of law enforcement. We're going to save our Second Amendment and appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. This sounds so good to me because I started this on June 16th of last year. Because I couldn't stand when I looked at what was going on with our country. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it. Coming down the escalator, right, with Melania, coming down that escalator, June 16th of last year, and they were all saying, all the dishonest pundits, actually a few of them thought I had a hell of a chance if you want to know the smarter ones, but they were all saying, but he's not involved with politics. I've been involved in politics all my life, on the other side, but I've been involved. But we had 17 people. By the way, one of the great people are here tonight, Mike Huckabee. Where is Mike Huckabee? Around here. He's such, is he here someplace? He is here. He is so great. Mike, wherever you are, come on out because you are great. I just saw him. But we had 17 people of great talent. Ben Carson endorsed us. Mike endorsed us. Tremendous, I mean, very talented people. And one by one by one, and they used to sit there saying, well, I remember we were down to like 13 or 14. And one state I got 49%. And one of these clowns said, he has not reached the 50% mark. I got 49% with like 14 people. How do you get 49% with 14 people? And they said he hasn't reached the 50% mark. No, they're very dishonest people. So we ended up with 17 people. Right? Don't forget, that's hard because nobody else ever had a field that big or that violent or that violent. And we have a couple that didn't endorse, and that's too bad. You know, they signed a pledge, they didn't honor it. But for the most part, they were very honorable. But it was rough. They said it was the roughest primary ever. I would say this is the roughest election. You know, the NFL ratings are way down. You know why? Because everyone's watching this. It's actually tougher. It's actually tougher. Everyone's watching. The NFL ratings are way down. And a lot of people say it's because of this. So you had 17 people. It came down. But we got, and this is a tribute to everybody in this room, we got the highest number of voters in the history of the Republican primary system. It's a long time. That's a long time. You know, starting with Honest Abe Lincoln, right? It's a long time. I got more than Honest Abe. That's probably the only thing I did better than Honest Abe. Honest Abe was he was pretty good. So here's the beauty. You have one day until the election. And it's not even one day. You got a half a day to make every dream you've ever dreamed for your country and for your family to come true. You have one magnificent chance, and honestly, in 4 years, it's over, folks. There has never been a movement like this. Even these dishonest people in the media say it. There has never. Bill O'Reilly, he said it's the single greatest political phenomena that he's witnessed in his life. It's a pretty good statement. But others have said it. Others have said it. Others have said it. And it's not going to happen again. It won't be able to happen again. 4 years, it'll never happen. So you got to get out there. You got to vote. Got to get out. Somebody said, what you've done has never been done before. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. I said, believe me, it matters. No, they said that. It'll be down in the history books. I said, you know what? You may be right about that. But if we don't win, I will consider this the single greatest waste of time, energy. Wow, you need energy for this. The single greatest waste of time, energy, and money. I'll have over $100 million. That's a lot of money that I don't take in from the special interests because I don't need it. That's nice. And we have the biggest internet. You know, the small donors? The small donors are giving us money at record clips. I think we had 82 million and then we had close to 100 million. And it comes in, and I think the average was like $61 each. I love those people. Those are people that love this country. And usually that's for the Democrats. You know, in all fairness, that's usually for the Democrats to do that. But we're beating everybody. Nobody's seen anything like what we're doing. So we don't want to blow it. We don't want to waste it. Go vote. Go vote. Because believe me, if we don't win, all of us, honestly, we've all wasted our time. I'll be honest. Because nothing's going to happen. They may say good things about us as a movement. Won't mean a damn thing, folks. You got to go out. We got to vote, and we got to win. Change. Change. So you have one magnificent chance to beat the corrupt system that you're witnessing today. and to deliver justice for every forgotten man and woman and child in this nation. Do not let this opportunity slip away. We're fighting for every citizen who believes that government should serve the people, not the donors and not the special interests. And we're fighting to bring us all together as Americans. We're a very divided country. People don't realize we are an unbelievably divided country. We're going to come together. Just imagine what our country could accomplish if we started working together as one people under one God, saluting one American flag. Just imagine. I'm asking you to dream big, because with your vote, we are just one day away from the change you've been waiting for your entire life. Because if we win tomorrow, we will be able to make America wealthy again, to make America strong again, to make America safe again, and to make America great again. God bless you, everybody. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, North Carolina. Thank you, folks. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that is the end of that Donald Trump event. The end of the Donald Trump event. Lots of campaign events taking part throughout the day today. An event that you may have missed earlier was this Hillary Clinton event. I'm going to play this in the upper right-hand corner.
Hello, Pittsburgh. Whoa. Hello back there. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. It's great to be here at this extraordinary time in our country's history, at this great university, to have a chance on a beautiful day to lift our sights, to think about what we are capable of doing together, the kind of future that we can create if we search for and find common ground. And it is thrilling to have traveled across our country to see the hopefulness, to talk about the positive changes that are occurring, to really see America at its best. And tomorrow, each and every one of you gets to make a decision as to whether or not first you will vote. Because in Pennsylvania, it's all about Election Day. Other places around the country have been voting for weeks. And what you will vote for. I'm here to ask you to vote for yourselves, vote for your families, vote for your futures. Vote on the issues that matter to you, because they are on the ballot, not just my name and my opponent's name. I want to thank Tom Colicchio for coming out here. He's in the middle of opening another one of his great restaurants, but he said he's got these two small kids and he just had to come and be part of lifting up this election and creating the kind of commitment that will bring a record-breaking number of Americans to vote. We are on the path to see more Americans vote than we have ever seen in our history. And I am hoping that you won't just come out and vote. Obviously, I hope you vote for me, but I also hope you will send Katie McGinty to the United States Senate. We've got some great elected officials here, and I want to recognize Congressman Mike Doyle, County Executive Rich Fitzgerald, from Pittsburgh, Mayor Bill Peduto, from Braddock, PA, Mayor John Fetterman. But mostly I'm here to say thanks. Thanks for taking time out to think about what the stakes are. I love you all too, absolutely. So, for those who are still making up your minds or thinking maybe it's not worth voting at all, let me just say the choice in this election could not be clearer. It really is between division or unity, between strong and steady leadership or a loose cannon, between an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top, and an economy that is set up and run for those at the top. Now, I have spent my public career fighting for kids and families and standing up for our country. And if you of your vote tomorrow, that is what I will do every single day of my presidency. I will get up in the White House and I will think about what I can do that day to knock down barriers, to create opportunities so that you have the chance to fulfill your own dreams. You see, I believe America's best days are still ahead of us. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have to work for it, because we do. That doesn't mean that we can just expect it to happen as kind of a birthright. But I really believe that. I would not have worked for 18 months, traveled across our country, thought as hard as I have about what we need to do and how to do it together, proudly stand up and defend the legacy of President Obama, which has given our country progress in the right direction. If I did not believe with all my heart that we could do this, right? We can do this.
All right, guys, we're going to just do some technical testing. We'll be back on News Now Live in about 5 minutes with live coverage of this Hillary Clinton event. In the meantime, though, we are going to shut down momentarily for just a few minutes. Stay with us. We'll be back with more News Now right here on this channel in about 5 minutes.